Hey, don't forget to turn your microphones on, everybody. Are we ready, everyone? Chief? Good. Okay, welcome to the Village of Ruidoso October 12th regular meeting. It's 1 o'clock. If you'll join me, we'll have a moment of silence. And then if I could ask Dr. Jackson if you do an invocation for us, and then join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to be here and to serve and to have these fine people of the village to be present as well. We like our new digs. We praise you. We worship you. We ask you that you guide our thoughts, our eyes to see the truth, our ears to hear it, and most importantly, our mouths to speak it and be ever mindful of the needs of others. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right. Welcome, everybody, back. We're finally back home. After a remodel here, we got some new carpet, new coverings on our chairs, some new TVs so everyone can see, new microphones, so we're very happy to be here, but we won't dilly-dally. We got a long agenda today. Want to get through to things, so if I can get a roll call, please. Mr. Sena.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Councilor Salas.
Here.
Councilor Letterman.
Here.
Councilor Eby.
Here.
Councilor Cornelius.
Here.
Councilor Coughlin.
Here.
Councilor Jackson.
Here.
All present, Mayor. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. If I could get approval of today's agenda, and in that, would you please give the chair the ability to move the agenda around?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as presented and giving the mayor the liberty to move items as he requests. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius.
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Well, it's that time of day where no glass works. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and we'll get started on the consent regular items. We have 8. Number 1 is the approval of governing body minutes, September 14th, 2021 regular meeting, October the 5th, 2021 workshop meeting. Item number 2 is the approval of a resolution 2021-44, a resolution authorizing the observance of the Christmas holidays and the corresponding pay dates in respect to the holidays observed in November and December 2021. Item number 3 is approval of first renewal agreement with Bell Gas, Inc. for RFP number 2017-005B, automated fuel dispensing service. Number 4 is approval of grant agreement with the New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Services Department on legislative capital appropriation A20E5242 for renovations to the Ruidoso Community Center in Ruidoso and Lincoln County in the amount of $44,077. Number 5, approval of T-Hangar agreement between the Village of Ruidoso, Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and John Christie for Charlie 6 T-Hangar beginning October 1st, 2021. Number 6 is the approval of memorandum of understanding between the County of Otero, City of Alamogordo, Village of Ruidoso, City of Ruidoso Downs, the 12th Judicial District Attorney, and the County of Lincoln to develop, implement, and operate a drug enforcement task force to be named White Mountain Drug Task Force. Item number 7 is request to schedule a public hearing on November 9th, 2021 for ordinance 2021-05, an ordinance to enact comprehensive zoning and other regulations for cannabis, including cannabis establishments, other cannabis businesses, production of cannabis, and cannabis products, and amending State Statute 54-31, defining to add definitions to add and delete cannabis-related definitions. Item number 8, request to schedule a public hearing on November 9th, 2021 on ordinance 2021-06, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Land Use Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Division 3, to encourage infill in residential zones to help alleviate the current shortage of housing in accordance with the comprehensive plan and other housing planning documents.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent regular items as read.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and is there any further discussion? Have we been able to get our other counselors on now? Okay, y'all are all good? Okay, roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to the public input. Do we have anyone that had, oh, he's looking right now. There we go. Thank you very much. The public input portion is limited to the first hour of the meeting. We have a 5-minute time limit. Is that correct,
Yes,
Mayor Pro
5
Tem?
minutes. However, can I make a statement, Mayor?
Yes.
If you signed up for the public input on the agenda, that's just for items on the agenda or anything there, but if you signed up for the public hearing on any of the public hearing portions, we would reserve that, well, I guess they could speak both times if they wanted to.
Wait for the public hearing.
So, but I would recommend if you waited to the public hearing portion of the agenda to make your statement, so, because you get 5 minutes at each time, but if you were to talk in the public input at this point, that may limit you from the public hearing part, where you're hearing all the parties' concerns and stuff. So just to clarify on that, I was looking at the list, which it was great, I thought, because we're back in our new room, that everybody wanted to get up and talk, and then I realized, well, they might have got confused on which public hearing they're to sign up for. But I will time 5 minutes here and give a 2-minute warning.
So if you want to pass on this and speak in the public hearing, just tell us, public hearing. And we'll move on to that. First off, we have Ellen Clark. Okay, would you like to, where's our podium? You'll have to come up.
Well, which one is better to speak at? Because I'm discussing the
The
courthouse.
courthouse,
It would be now.
it would be,
Yeah, 'cause
I
this
would
one-
go ahead and do it right now.
That's not a public hearing, so it would be, now would be the time to speak.
Yeah, this is a public input, so you get to discuss whatever you would like on that issue.
She's our new engineer. She's our new engineer.
Oh, is she?
She thinks.
Okay,
So that's the microphone.
where's the, oh, that's the microphone, the round thing.
Ah.
You're good to go.
So I'm here to represent the residents of Reese Drive in regards to the upcoming.
Can you state your name?
Oh, sorry, Elin Clark.
Okay.
Regarding the upcoming magistrate courthouse and its construction. We are asking the village for help because we have not really been notified. We received letters back in 2018 and haven't really received anything since. I have sent numerous emails to Mr. Dodge over the years asking to be informed, and it wasn't until 2 weeks ago that I received the current design plans. I sent council a letter a week and a half ago to all of you. And so I'm just here to say that the neighborhood feels ignored. I talked to all of the neighbors last night. I got signatures to present to council. No one in the neighborhood knew what was going on. Several of the neighbors don't have Facebook. They don't read the paper. They were absolutely clueless until I showed them the design plans that the council, Ms. Samantha, provided me 2 weeks ago. So we are asking to be considered. I met with Mr. Claflin before the meeting. He also expressed similar concerns regarding the drainage, which we totally understand. Some of us have lived here over 40 years, so we understand the flooding, the lack of flooding. I remember as a child not having problems with flooding. You know, I remember the ditches across the road being dredged. I mean, my mom's lived in her house since '61. She's never been flooded. So we are confused as to why all of a sudden there's flooding problems. I was walking the site this morning. None of the ditches, none of the ditches have been dredged in a very long time. The ones off of Service Road, I couldn't even tell that there was a ditch there. As I said, I remember back in the 80s, we had rains, we had El Nino rains every summer. The river flooded every year. And we didn't have the flooding problems then with the rains that we have now. Because the rain we had this summer in June, July, is the rains we used to have back in the 80s. And we never flooded back then. So what's changed? That's what we're confused about. I proposed to council some design plans. Yes, okay, 2 minutes. And we would like council to review these plans and to really consider the change in these plans. As I explained to Mr. Claflin, it's just a flip in design. The square footages, everything stay the same, it's just flipped. We're not understanding why the original grass triangle is going to be a 6-foot deep retention pond. What I remember from taking building codes, anything over 3 feet have to be fenced for safety, to keep kids and people out of these lakes. If you fence it, is it going to be like the retention ponds on Meacham, the big wood fencing that's falling apart now? That's our concern. That's what we're asking as village, is to keep us informed. And have design charrettes or something with the neighborhood where we can come in and offer input. We live there. We know how the neighborhood works and how it floods and how the traffic is. And so we just ask to be included. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Adrian.
Thank you.
Justin Grable. Okay. Shane Barnett. You want to speak at on the zoning next door? So you want to speak at the public hearing, okay? Blake Christie.
Yeah, the public hearing.
Okay. Delaney, same thing. What's that name?
I have no idea, but it starts with an S, I believe,
Or a fancy D?
or fancy D.
One word.
One name.
Allows me, Ron stopped me halfway and told me to.
Oh, that's Sam? Oh, Sam. Justin Vorbach? I'm sorry?
Wrong sheet.
Wrong sheet.
He'll speak at the hearing.
Oh, wrong sheet, okay. Couldn't hear him. Okay, well then that did it. So we will move on, and duly noted the input a while ago, and we will delve deeper into it. I want to go ahead and, when we go ahead and get to the meat of it, and I want to move to public hearings unless I have any objections.
No?
Okay, public hearing, item number 1 is the small brewer license, liquor license with on-premises consumption and package sales with package sales with patio service located at 2408B Suttereth Drive. And who do we have that's going to speak on that? Ron?
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we did receive a from the applicant an application to provide a small brewer liquor license with on-premise consumption, package sales with package sales and package with patio service located at 2408B Sudworth Drive. The process is that they will provide this to the Village of Ruidoso, to the governing body. If approved by the governing body, the documents will be submitted to the state for final approval. And I believe we have a gentleman that was going to be here to participate on here. Do you want to come on up?
Just have a seat right there. It's got a microphone and everything.
And just provide your name and any information. Thank you.
So my name is Edward Gutierrez, and I don't know if y'all have any questions I could answer them.
So you're with Downship Brewing?
Yes,
Okay. And this is going to be in the old Irish Pub building?
no, it's actually across the street at the Hidden Tap, which was the old
Sure.
Coyote Cantina.
Okay, downstairs, B. There you go. Okay,
Oh, okay. The downstairs with the little patio, fenced-in patio.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
I mean, I looked at the application. I don't see any issues with it. Does anybody have any questions?
No.
It was Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I don't think the council has anything else. We'll open it up to the public. Is anybody was there anything that was sent in, Mr.?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, the clerk's office did not receive any communication regarding this public hearing on this liquor license application. So no.
Okay, now we'll open it up to the public. Does anyone in the public want to speak on behalf of or against? Nope. Okay, well then we'll close that public portion, and then now we'll open it up for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a small brewer liquor license with on-premises consumption and package sales, with package sales and package sales with patio service located at 2408B, as in Bravo, Sudworth Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion, questions? Being none, Ron, roll call.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. I think, Sam, are you gonna, what is he'll be in the next day or two?
I've already provided them the zoning certificate, so Ron will be here next month.
Okay.
Yes, I did email you the invoice. Once I receive the check, the mayor will be signing the certificate in the morning, so
Okay.
we'll get
sounds
that to
good.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good luck to you.
Appreciate it.
Item number 2 is appeal of Planning Commission's decision to deny conditional use request case number 2021-130. Pov Chen is requesting to develop an automobile service station in the C2 Community Commercial District located at 1201 Meacham Drive, Lot 1A-2A, Block 3 in the Airport West subdivision. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is an appeal case from our October 12th Planning Commission meeting. With a conditional use application, it requires a 3/4 majority in order to pass. In this instance, there was a split 2-2 with 2 of our commissioners opposed to this use. It is not in line with my case study recommendation. We do have members for and against. We have the applicant here as well. Due to the nature of our code, it is a little bit up to discretion in how the code is implemented. And so that's what brings us here before you all today. Being so that it's a conditional use, it will require 3/4 majority in order to pass as well.
A point of order, Mayor, because I had a question when I read this last night. I thought when it was a split vote, and maybe this is for you, Zach, that it would go with the approval side if it was a split vote, 2-2. No? I mean, that was always my impression of any of that, if there wasn't a tiebreaker.
Mayor, Council, and Solis, that's new to me, that concept. I understand the code says 3/4.
So what caused it to be denied then? If it was 2-2, how did it go? Is that in our ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's where it
Without 3/4 majority, the motion fails.
failed. Okay, so there's the question, there's the answer, 3/4.
So Sam, do we only have 4 members on that commission?
No.
No, we
There
have
were-
5.
There were others, there was somebody else who was not in attendance.
Correct.
Okay. Because I didn't see that indicated, and I see that being an issue, having a split vote.
And we had,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
we had
too.
one of the members that took extended leave, was out of the state for some time. And so, and we are constantly looking for folks that would like to serve on the planning and zoning. It is not the most popular, fun field. But you will get a snazzy jacket and a lot of meetings.
Mayor,
Go ahead. One thing I have a question on that I know you're probably getting ready to address is, does it meet the conditions? Because I know one of the comments was the size. Is on the ordinance from it, the things I've read, it looks like it meets the conditions of size and layout. Does it, or does it not?
yes, sir, there is not a size limitation on the building or the area where the islands are and the canopy. There is a restriction that it must be set back so far from any residential district, and lot lines, they need to still meet the setbacks, but due to the size of those 2 lots, they have plenty of room for the size of building that they are proposing. We never got to the site plan. It was not heard by council because the use was denied. So at that point, the site plan didn't proceed. But the size is not germane to the conditional use application. The use is currently existing on the adjacent property. So in my case study, I found it difficult to say that the use is not appropriate since it's off of an arterial road and the use is existing already in the neighborhood.
Sam, I believe that in the past, we've typically received the minutes from the planning and zoning meeting. I don't see them. Am I missing them somewhere?
No, the minutes are not included in your all's attachment. I did provide the letter of denial to the applicant, which has more detail as to why our 2 members voted no. The minutes do not reflect that. They simply casted their no vote, and afterwards I had to meet with them individually to get their reasoning for denial. And so within that letter of denial, you will see Commissioner Williams and Commissioner Tondino's opposition.
And what I see is one, the denial is listed as questions. So we've answered it, and I know reviewing the code, I can see why I guess you had it under service station. Because I know we're in the process of completing Chapter 54. We're still a couple of months out of revisions, and I'm sure the language will be fixed in that so that it will reflect that this type of a business.
Yes, sir, we would like to update the definitions in the rewrite. The automobile service station is the only section that addresses pump islands, and so that is why I classified it as such. It's more so of a convenience retail store as opposed to a service, because they're not servicing any vehicles. I think our code refers back to the old gas stations when there was a mechanic on site and those type of operations were taking place.
So one of the questions was, for what other like businesses conditional uses given? So you just mentioned the one across the road,
Yes.
and we have them around town, so I would assume that it's been addressed before.
Mr. Mayor, because I need to have this in the light of everything that's transparent, yes, Commissioner Williams is my wife, but I don't know much more about this now than I did when she composed this response. But my question is, and it was unclear to me, as the questions posed, are the hours of operation at issue here? Because a convenience store is not 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., it's 24/7.
That's where our code is a little convoluted. This restricts automobile service stations due to the nature, the noise level that would be coming from a mechanic's work to 10 p.m. to 7 in the morning the following day. And so none of our other stores that are retail-like have those restrictions placed.
And the other thing that is brought up is the light contamination and noise, since the pumps are going to be able to run 24/7, but they can also run 24/7 across the road too. So none of the other ALSIPs back up to residential areas, and this one does. So the other one, the one down by Seasons backs up to a bank, the one on Meacham banks up to the river. So my question is that an issue as well? What I'm trying to do is see how we conform this to an approval with all these definitions that don't fit the actual application. And I guess that was the conundrum that you were found to be in the midst of. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So about the light contamination, is that an issue? Is it facing out toward the road, or is it because there are homes along the back side of that lot, which was never an issue when it was an old Pizza Hut, but...
From their site plan, I could see that they had positioned it in a manner where it was closer to Highway 48. And that would have been addressed during the next public hearing. But the use of having this type of store there is all that we were there to hear at that time. And so the two commissioners found that the use wasn't going to be a good fit for that neighborhood.
So the lighting would be addressed with the New Mexico Night Skies Act also, wouldn't it?
That is correct.
Although nobody claims to enforce that.
Our electrical inspector should be enforcing that. And our police department has a device that measures lumens, and so they have assisted with turning down some of the lights throughout town that were too bright.
Great. So I think all of us know what Allsup's with their new name does. Was this a case of just them classifying it wrong on the application? Because, the food service will have to be inspected by
State.
environmental.
Correct. It wasn't them classifying it wrong. I selected that use in the code because of the pump islands. And it also talks about convenience foods, and those fall under the same restrictions as an automobile service station. So either way, they would have had the same conditions placed.
But they will have, Mr. Mayor, they will have food prep and cooking on site as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know, second question, under Commissioner Tondino's vote no, he said the 3 other ALSUP sites are blighted. Could you expand on that a little bit? That's a fairly broad-based comment.
In talking with him, he just described the type of people that loiter outside the building and the conditions of the building themselves. He found them to be neglected.
Which would be a zoning issue and enforcement.
Correct.
And those were just,
Observation. I don't think it's.
well, and these were just purchased not too long ago, so a lot of that was a previous owner's problem, which doesn't relieve them of the responsibility.
And there hasn't been a lot of work being done on any of those other stores as well.
Right.
I mean, the pavement, the parking lot is terrible. They're not.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Not until after the public hearing.
Okay, so at this point, we'll open it up to the public. I guess I can just call off the names of the folks that were listed here, and then if anyone else wants to.
Well, Mayor, before we do that, do we need to go through the Zach Cook deal, explaining that it's quasi judicial and?
Oh, you gonna explain that?
Sure, I haven't done that in a while.
No? True.
Asking about conflicts and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so, and this is for the public's benefit as much as for the governing bodies, that a public hearing is a quasi judicial hearing, meaning that the governing body sits in its judicial capacity as opposed to how they usually sit in their legislative capacity to adopt ordinances and set policy for the entire village. In this case, they are looking at one particular piece of property and making a decision as to whether or not to approve an application for a conditional use that was previously denied at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So here you're sitting as in your judicial capacity, quasi-judicial capacity, and as part of that, we need to know, the public needs to know if any of you guys have any sort of conflicts of interest. Do you stand to gain anything either way on the outcome of this case?
No.
No. Does anybody know anything that the general public or any of the other members of the government body might not know? Has anybody approached you to discuss this matter?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Commissioner Tondino called me to explain his vote, and I told him I can't listen to it. And that the quasi-judicial process that goes through, I have to remain completely unbiased. And I spoke to him, explained that to him, and then told him, he said, well, but let me just explain my vote. I said, no, I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. And then we hung up and went our separate ways.
And do you think based on that brief conversation that you've been biased one way or the other?
I have no idea until I saw this why he voted no, or there was no conversation at all. That's when I found out. I knew we had an appeal before us, but I hadn't looked at our agenda yet, and that's when I found out it was regarding an all subs. Other than that, there no conversation, no information exchanged.
Would anyone else like to confess their sins?
I had almost word for word the same conversation, and I told him to come to this and speak if he wanted to as an individual, but to talk to Sam, to see if he could.
So you had a similar conversation?
Yeah, and I told him we can't hear it, and I think he must have talked to
Okay.
Mr. Coughlin first, because he said, yeah, somebody else told me the same thing.
Yeah, I told him, don't bother calling the rest of the council because none of us can hear it.
Okay. And do you feel that you've been biased one way or the other towards the outcome of this case?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Does any?
I got called by Mr. Tantino too, but by the time I called him back to explain to him that I could not speak with him, that he'd already found out that he couldn't.
Okay. So does anybody on the council have any problems with what you've heard today?
No.
No. Does anybody in the public want to challenge any of these members sitting and hearing this case? Doesn't look like it. So I think that covers your conflict of interest or any sort of bias issues that you may have. And what we'll do now is, if that's the pleasure of the mayor and the council, what follows next in the public hearing is that you'll have anybody who would like to testify in behalf or in opposition to the project will need to stand and be sworn in. And then you can testify as to your position in support or in opposition. And then you will be subject to cross-examination by anybody else in the public who would like to cross-examine you based on your testimony. And, cross-examination is again, it's an opportunity for you to question the other person. It's not a back and forth, like they say, it's not a tit for tat. So, and, as long as everybody keeps cool and the mayor's on top of maintaining order, we'll be able to get through it. If there's any cross-examination, there rarely is because people don't understand how it goes. But I mean, if you guys want to cross-examine each other, you're absolutely, that's your right to do that and to testify however you want. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I think we've covered the presentation on quasi-judicial hearings.
Okay. Everybody understand? It's pretty simple. So at this point.
We need to swear him in.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to call him up, but, you want to swear in the whole?
Probably be easier that way. Anybody who wants to
He'll swear in the entire audience, that way if any of you decide you want to get in, then you can. And so we'll go ahead and do that at this time, so go ahead, Counselor.
Anybody who wants to testify, please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you will give today in this case hearing will be the truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll start with Justin Grable.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Appreciate it. My name is Justin Grable. I'm here on behalf of Allsups. I'm a development consultant to them. I also have Colby Jones, I think, from Allsups is on the Zoom call as well. I thought I saw him up there a minute ago. I came prepared to give a presentation similar to what Sam had already presented, so I don't want to go back and burn up time on that. But I will say our client was sort of confused at that meeting, given for all the reasons that were stated previously. We have an existing gas station and a convenience store operating there today, so we're not asking for anything differently. I think the code is a little bit gray and hard to kind of fit the square peg and round hole sort of thing. So I guess, my client is really excited to bring this project to this town. It's a brand new prototype they're building across the southwest U.S. You're right, some of the other facilities in town, maybe the best foot isn't being put forward right now in terms of maintenance. They acknowledge that, they know that this is a brand new project under new ownership, and we'd like to improve that vacant corner right now with this brand new convenience store. So I guess I'm just here to answer any questions and answer anything that the audience has. Relative to the codes that we talked about, some of the questions that the planning commission members had in terms of like operations and lighting and things like that, our goal is to follow the code as closely as possible, follow the dark sky ordinance to a T. We're not trying to make waves, we're trying to run a business here. We're trying to bring jobs to the community.
Okay. Does anybody in the audience have any questions or that they'd like to address? No? Okay, does council have any questions for Mr. Grable?
No. Not at this point.
Not at this time.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
Shane Barnett? That's what I do every time I see him.
No, my name's Shane Barnett. I own the convenience store at Club Gas right next door to where they're building the Allsups, or wanting to. I do only stay open until 10. I turn off all my canopy lights every night. It's not open all night for various reasons,
Sure.
I know I comply with that in the ordinance. I just, I know it's a prime corner, and I know they own that lot, but I just don't think that's what Ruidoso needs, especially being the residential area behind it. I don't know, I really feel like the planning and zoning, half of them want to go in the right direction of keeping Ruidoso. A big gaudy convenience store right there, and honestly, it will hurt my business immensely. I do employ over 20 people. People work for me because I'm a local. I'm good to them. I'm not based out of wherever. I'm there every day. We are short-staffed right now, but I feel like being born and raised here, I have a lot of more invested in this community than, say, Allsups. I just think it would be a total disservice to not only my business, but that whole corner and the people that live around there. have to say about that.
Okay?
Thank you.
Does anybody in the audience have any comments or questions they'd like to ask Mr. Barnett? Anybody in the council?
Yeah, Shane, can you come back up? I have a question for you. You mentioned that you close at 10 o'clock. Is that a condition or is that a choice?
That's a choice.
Okay.
But I didn't know, you know what I mean? But obviously, I just already do those guidelines, you know what I mean?
Right. Well,
Just shut it
yeah.
down, it's a quiet neighborhood, keep the lights down. With the pumps being off, it keeps people from coming in and being at the pumps, and if they don't work, they normally vandalize them, or if their card doesn't work or whatever. So it's better off just to keep all the, I was a police officer long enough that anything after 10 o'clock, it's probably not good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, around here, if you see a car out after 10, you wonder.
And it's kind of been my way of thinking.
Right.
Closing everything down early.
Okay, I just wondered if there was a condition that was placed on you that's being unfair.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Shane,
Yes, sir.
Shane, hang on.
Oh, yes, sir.
Sort of, as to your statement about keeping Ruidoso, I understand that, but that's not a zoning thing.
I understand that. But I just feel like we got to be careful on what we build and what we don't build.
Yeah.
Well,
But it does have to
that's why
conform
planning
with
and
the
zoning is there.
laws. And,
We've had,
your
buildings-
tacos, they're burrito, you win. I'm sorry.
excuse me?
Your tacos, they're burrito, you win.
Right? I appreciate that.
I'll be there tonight. But,
I appreciate that.
Don't forget the enchiladas.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
that's
a lot of
it.
and the hamburgers.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, that's something.
That's it? Anybody else? No? Thank you.
Okay. Blake Christie?
Hi, my name is Blake Christie. My mother and I live at 100 Sky Lane Road, which is the corner of Sky Lane and White Mountain. So we're like within 200 yards of where this is going to be built. And my mother's bedroom is on that side of the house, and she doesn't sleep well at night, and I think all the lights, all the noise, if this place is going to be open 24 hours a day, is going to, she's 90 years old. It's going to, her quality of life is not going to be as good if this place is opened up. And personally, Allsup's already has 3 places here. I don't see why they need to have another one. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with really anything. I do work at Club Gas. I've worked there for almost 6 years, and Shane's a real nice guy. He's treated me very well, and it would hurt our business. And but I think the biggest reason is all the lights, the noise. There's not a lot of action in our neighborhood after 10 o'clock. I mean, really, after dark, there's really not a whole lot going on. But I think this would definitely hurt my mother's quality of life. I don't think it would bother me that much, but I think it would her.
Any questions?
I'm sorry, what address did you say you were?
100 Sky Lane.
Okay, I'm looking at the map and I'm trying to figure out where your house is.
Right on the corner.
Right on the
of
corner.
Sky Lane and
Yep.
White Mountain.
I see it. For some reason, at first I thought you said 108, so I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, anything else from Mr. Christie? Anyone in the audience? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Delana Smith?
Hello, my name's Delana Smith. I'm affiliated with
Club Gas as well. I help Shane run the store, bike shop, and bar. I'm just going to kind of reiterate some of what he said, keeping it small town Ruidoso, letting big corporations come in. All it's going to do is weed out the small guys. We're a one-store owner. We don't have multiple stores, so for me, that's a big concern of mine, is that we're going to weed out the small businesses by letting bigger corporations come into town, specifically right across the street from us. Both of us were born and raised here. We're hardworking, love our employees, take care of business, love our community. I would be devastated if Allsup's moved in next door, because the lives that it's going to change, the people that have worked at Club Gas, some of them have been there more than 20 years. Those women they're going to work there till the day they die. They don't know any different. They're here legally from Mexico. They've got their citizenship. They've worked hard. This is what they know. And by allowing another store to come in right next door is just going to weed them all out. So the lives that's going to affect, and I know it doesn't have anything to do with planning and zoning, but it has to do with life. It's going to affect all of those women, all of the men that work there. There's multiple people that have worked there way beyond 6 years. Most of the employees that work there have been there a long time, and they depend on Club Gas to make their living. So the big corporate, that's my big thing. The other thing is the 24 hours, having riffraff hanging out on our store, because they're going to be around that area. You can drive to any Allsups after midnight and see who's hanging out. I don't really want that hanging around the outside of Club Gas. If I lived in that neighborhood, I dang sure wouldn't want it right around the corner from my house. That's really all I have to say about that. I just hope that you'll consider all the things that we've talked about when you place your vote.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Smith?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Delana.
Justin Vorbach? Oh, well, welcome, Justin Vorbach. Okay, well, that concludes yes, ma'am. Come on up and state your name.
I must sign in a different sheet because I'm here also to oppose to that building.
Okay, have a seat right there and just give us your name.
Marcela Gallegos.
Okay,
I live in 107 West White Mountain Drive,
okay,
which is 3 houses up from Club Gas. I also work in Club Gas, but that's besides the point. I don't want the noise. I don't need other businesses by my house. I have pets. Nighttime, it's going to be noise. It's going to be traffic, if they're lucky, because after 10 o'clock, there is not much going on. I'm happy with our schedule, 7 to 10, because after 10, we peacefully can go to sleep. That's a neighborhood, that's residential neighborhood. We don't need any more businesses. When I bought my property, it was Mr. Burger and Pizza Hut. They closed early. I didn't have a problem with that. Now, this big corporation, they're mean good, but not in this residential area, not by my house. They can build their business anywhere else. They said job opportunities, we have a hard time hiring people for us. Okay, what kind of customers? Ruidoso is very seasonal. So there is not very many people after the summertime. In the wintertime, maybe. So we don't need a big corporation, not that. Something else. We need a sports complex for the youth. We need maybe another church, but not another corporation. I disagree. I'm not getting nothing back out of that, except more noise and tranquility. It's not what I need. It's not what I want. So I don't know if you have any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
No?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay. All right. So is it the council's pleasure to bring Sam back up, or anyone else to ask further questions?
Not for me.
Okay. I think, do we need a statement from our attorney? Have you reviewed it? I know what the ordinance says. And I know that, a lot of the issues that we were just hearing about, quality of life issues and things like that matter too. Does the manager have anything for input?
Mayor, I'd like to just to be clear, as I was describing earlier, just to let everybody know, remind everybody that they do have a right to cross-examine anybody who spoke. So I want to give that opportunity to them one more time. If anybody would like to, if the proponents of the project would like to cross-examine the opponents of the project or vice versa, one more shot. And it appears that nobody wants to cross-examine anybody, so.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I call Sam back up and ask her a few questions? Sam, earlier you said that the Planning and Zoning Commission never really looked at the site layout, didn't get to that point, and you said that comes next. So what do you mean by it comes next?
So right now, we're impacting the use of this retail operation to the neighborhood. So we're just analyzing if the increase of traffic, if there's any adverse impacts to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighbors. So we're only looking at the use. The site layout was included in this case study because I think it helps depict, they keep the heavier traffic of the islets towards Meacham as opposed to backed up to the residential district. So that was important in considering the use of the land.
Was there any, you said reviewing the impact to traffic, increased traffic. Is there any estimation of there being increased traffic in that area because of putting in a building like this?
No, that wasn't really the main concern. A lot of the concern was the lighting of the property. The traffic, though, is not anticipated to be anything more than what's existing on that arterial state highway.
So then the lighting would come in during the next phase of actually, if this were to go forward, it would come in during the section where the building permit, is that when it would go in, or?
So the site plan would have been heard, if this conditional use would have been approved, then immediately after the site plan would have been heard. Should the planning commission decision be overturned, then the site plan would be heard by the planning commission either during a special meeting or during our regular November planning commission meeting.
Okay. And that's where concerns could be addressed.
Correct. This particular case, we're just looking at the health, safety, and general welfare of the occupants of surrounding lands, existing conditions. And so it is in line with our comprehensive plan. That's another question that we have to answer. And encouraging infill and economic development is something that was noted within our 2019 comprehensive plan by our residents.
Okay.
So, Sam, if this goes forward, E&Z could put conditions on it, is that right? For approval, that you could require screening, hours of operation? Can you could do all that? It doesn't mean they have to go forward with it, but you could require that?
Yes, Councilor Cornelius. We have the site plan which could address screening and things of the layout of the lot as far as infrastructure and development. Here today, though, if there are conditions that you all would like, in addition to those listed in the case study, we could add those in. I do have 7 conditions placed on them already. Should you all approve it, this will not go back to the Planning Commission. Your decision would stand as far as approval or denial.
Say that again.
The decision
Did you
made
say
for,
it wouldn't go back?
the conditional use will not be heard by them, so any additional conditions would need to be placed in this motion, if there were any additional to the 7 already in the case study.
And those are the 7 on page 6 that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
But, excuse me, but if I understood right, this plan right here is subject to change,
The site plan?
the site plan.
That requires a separate hearing, since they're a commercial development, that they come for a public hearing for site plan approval.
Right.
We are not approving the site plan.
So this was just to give us an idea of how the layout is possible, not permanent, that this is how it's going to be built.
That is what they have presented, and that is the case that they have to the planning commission. But since the use was denied, it died there.
Okay.
They didn't go forward, but they have paid the fees, they have submitted the application. We would just have to re-advertise the meeting and mail out the notifications to the surrounding property owners.
And is it too premature has an environmental study been done on this prior to this submittal?
We would require that they meet local, state, and federal requirements for installing gas tanks under the ground.
Right.
But as far as us conducting our own environmental study, we typically do not do that with the use of a property.
Okay.
I have required in the conditions that they screen all of their operations from the residential district, though.
So looking at your conditions, number 5 and number 6 seem to address some of the concerns. 5 is screen the operations from the residential area adjacent to the site, and 6 is operation shall not take place from the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And that seems to be 2 of the big parts of the opposition to it. Sam, in our building code, do we require dumpsters to be screened? Because I know as you drive through town, you see dumpsters in the parking lots all the time. Is that something that's required in new codes?
It is not required. They do talk about enclosures, and our solid waste director or manager, Jerry Parsons, he does not like those enclosures because they tend to get hit with a dumpster and they start falling apart. So he asked that they don't build an enclosure.
But it also screens the ugliness and keeps the overflow together, because one of the things I do notice at a number of businesses, the employees go out and they flip the lid up and then they dump their trash and then they go, because it's too hard to flip the lid back down or something. And then we have animals going in, we have the wind catching the trash, and it makes it for the neighborhood. All of a sudden, the neighbors are picking stuff out. If we move forward, I'd almost like to make that a condition. I don't know what the rest of the council thinks.
Well, I agree. We have the same issue on Farley's.
Yeah.
Because we handle that all the time. I just wonder if Mr. Grable, do you know, with what we're talking about as far as screening or blocking or any of those type of things, what options would, and I realize that right now we're just talking about the use. But then we're told that we need to put conditions if it were approved on that. But as far as screening, as far as the waste disposal, things like that, lighting, because I have seen before convenience stores that have the big walls built up in the back for noise and things like that, because it does get noisy over there. What about the 24-hour service? Is that something because it sounds like that's a big issue over there?
Yeah, let me try and take those in sort of the order that you presented them.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, personal privilege. If you all, when you're sitting there, take your masks off, it's a lot easier to
Okay,
hear us.
sure,
And you're well within the 6-foot parameters and all those other things we're supposed to follow. Everybody up here's been jabbed, so it's okay.
Yeah, same here, same here. Okay, so regarding the trash enclosure, our client, if you go look at the other all-subs, they don't have enclosures. Going forward, their policy is to put trash enclosures on every single facility, at least 3-sided, and protect those enclosures with bollards, so that, like we talked about, the trash trucks aren't demolishing the screening. This site in particular, if you guys are familiar with this site, is the way that building's gonna sit. If you remember how the two buildings were before, they were sort of stepped. So we're gonna tear down that existing retaining wall and build a brand-new retaining wall, and we got 16 to 18 feet of elevation change between where the residences are above us and where our finished floor elevation of our building is gonna sit. So naturally, those folks behind us won't even be able to see the trash enclosures because they'll be sitting 16 feet below the top of the grade. So I don't know if that answers all your questions about the trash enclosure, and the way it's going to be positioned will be right next to that retaining wall, facing towards Meacham. Site lighting, again, like I said before, we're going to follow whatever ordinances are in place here in the village. And, you know, the folks from Club Gas know you need bright light underneath your canopy for safety purposes. So if we can only light it to a certain level, then that's the best we can do based on the code and the state statutes. What else do we have? In terms of hours of operation, that's really how we got to this point, I think, because we voiced our concern that we are a 24-hour operation. Our client likes to operate on a 24-hour capacity. Some of these all-subs in town are not operating right now in that capacity only because of the staffing issue and the COVID situation, the pandemic, and so forth. We'd really like the opportunity to not be handcuffed and be restricted on hours. If the village says you have to meet these in order to do business in our town, then I guess that is what it is. But we'd really like the option to be able to operate in a 24-hour capacity. The rest of the portfolio is a 24-hour, all the stores are 24 hours. And so that's really what we're asking. Our hope today is to get this council to reverse the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of the special use, or the conditional use rather. All the site plan related items we can address subsequent to that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any?
I do.
Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Grable, I was just wondering, we have 3 all-subs in our community right now, and like you said, right now, 4. They are closing because of no employees, and the buildings are in disarray, and so is the parking lots. If you built this big all-subs, are those stores going to close?
I will say, I can't speak to what stores are closing and what stores are going to stay open. I know personally that they're looking at every single property in their portfolio to try and improve them and better them. But the push right now is for new locations, and they want to roll out their brand new prototype, which these are old stores built 30 years ago or however long ago. So, they're busting at the seams. They can't offer the product offerings that Allsup's wants to offer now, and at the capacity and rate that they know their customers want. So I can't answer it with any definitive yes or no what's going to happen to any of those. But I know that they're all being reviewed for upgrades and improvements.
I just worry that with this new store that it'll take the combination of all the employees to go to that store, and then we will have 4 empty buildings that are very unsightly.
And unfortunately, that's not in the code. That's not.
Yeah.
Well, and that's very possible. I mean, look down in Alamogordo, Allsup's was in a building and then they moved out and it sat empty for quite a while. But, from a business standpoint, the business owner has to look at what is the cost benefit of rehab versus tear it down. And I've been to a number of the new style, and it's like almost, this is an Allsup's, because I'm used to what we have, and
Sure.
Nobody's going to argue that they're in disrepair. and they're nice stores. I've seen the one in Carrizozo where it was a remodel of an existing store. They added on to it. It's not quite the same as the teardowns. And I've been at one in Texas on the side of the road. We went in there and the lady behind the counter, very, very pleasant, was telling me how they tore down the existing building and rebuilt it back up. And it just made a world of difference as far as that goes. So my personal opinion, will it mean shutting down a location, maybe two? Probably, but that's just business, and I don't want to state which one I think will probably close, but if you go in and you see the condition of the building, it's probably time to gut it. And, for a long time, we've heard about Allsup's expanding their operation in Carrizozo. This property has been locked up for a while, that we've been told that Allsup's was looking at doing something. The other spot is in the Hondo Valley, taking that pitiful little building and getting rid of it and growing it, which I think would really help that community because they don't have much as far as groceries and things like that. But will it mean shutting down one? Quite possible. Quite possible.
The one in Hondo that you're mentioning is scheduled for demolition, and in fact, a brand new one's being built as we're talking right now.
Oh, they started construction on it? I haven't noticed it. When did they start that?
Maybe a month ago?
Really? Okay. I guess I need to pay more attention when I drive down there. Yeah, instead of trying to.
Well, we want your eyes on the road.
Well, that's where it slows down to 45, then 35, and I'm like looking to see if there's any cops as I'm going through there, so. Oh, you didn't hear that, Chief.
Mayor.
It isn't kilometers, it's miles per hour.
Yes.
To me, it also seems that there would be more traffic, congestion. It's pretty congested right there, and I just think that the congestion would be even worse.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, DOT will require some studies. You can't have a exit from a business or a home within so many feet of an intersection. And they might get one way down on the end of the property, but it won't be close to the light.
For your knowledge, we have prepared a traffic impact analysis, and we're almost at the finish line with the DOT on the access. They've approved our proposed driveways, and we're just working through a couple of review comments with them right now. So they've seen it, they've blessed it, and they're nearly close to issuing a permit.
Okay. Ms. Smith, did you have a question for one of these?
I have a question for Samantha. Did I hear you say that in order?
I'm sorry, you're going to need to come up so it gets on the microphone and gets recorded.
Did you say that in order?
Can you come a little bit closer?
Okay.
That's the microphone, that little round thing.
In order for you to come back and try to get the release for condition of use, you had to check with the neighboring properties to make sure the health, wellness, and well-being of them were not affected?
No, the next step of the process is the site plan approval. So the conditional use here is to make sure that the use is not going to negatively impact the neighborhood.
Anybody in the neighborhood, their wellness, health, or well-being?
Correct.
Okay, well, that was a statement, not a question, but go ahead, you got it. So my question is, well, I remember going there when it was Pizza Hut and Mr. Burger and lines out the door, so, I mean, that was there before. This is very similar, it may have nothing to do with anything, but when you have Midtown, the homes that are up on the side, and then a building sits vacant for a while, a year or two, and then it starts back up, and the people on the street behind it are complaining because when they moved in, it wasn't active.
Right.
But now it's active. And so we have these issues all the time in Ruidoso because we're a linear town. We have Sudworth, and then we have Meacham. So I understand, and it is about health, safety, welfare, businesses, that are there, and I think it comes down to code, and then you have some of the extenuating circumstances. So, do we have any more questions?
I mean,
Robert, ask a question?
Sure, absolutely.
We need 3 chairs up there. That's Ron's job over there.
No, I didn't even recognize you with that, your green uniform on.
Zach needs to swear him in.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Swear in. Yeah.
I thought you were taking it. Raise your right hand.
Jody Canfield?
Talk to the microphone.
Jody Canfield?
Jody, do you swear that any testimony that you give today will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just have a question for this gentleman representing Allsup's. Club Gas is one of my favorite businesses in this town, and I have friends that work there, and it's, the whole well-being thing seems to be, not well looked at. And also for you, I mean, obviously Allsup's must have done some kind of economical study that would show that to be a successful business. And you've already got a gas station across the street with, really good food. So I'm just, and everybody's looking for employees. Every sign on every door says now hiring. So I'm just wondering if Allsup's has done a very complete job in really looking at the success of this.
That's a part of the project that I'm not involved with. Once they determine that the site's viable, then I get involved. So I'm sure there's a lot of studies that go into it that we're not privy to seeing for obvious reasons, but
Yeah, it just strikes me right now that something of this sort may not be successful or the right thing in the right place.
How long would it, if this were to move forward, how long would it take before construction's completed and it's ready to open?
So from whenever we have our permit to grand opening is 120 days.
So this is one that you're ready to jump on right away because the other ones have taken so long. Okay.
Yeah. We're ready to move this one forward as quickly as possible.
Okay. I think people have valid concerns. I mean, every business is hiring, and even at the Allsups are, like you alluded to earlier, closing down sometimes, which was never Allsups' policy. Is you keep those doors open no matter what, but they're having to shut down because of it. But I don't believe that's a reason to deny anybody from an opportunity to open a business. That is, sometimes we look at it like, okay, if you're crazy enough to do it, put your money, there. But the other thing I'd like to say is, what you were talking about, Mayor, is sometimes these buildings sit empty for a long time and people get used to it. I've lived in areas and down the street from me, we had an empty lot that sat there forever. And they built this big old giant, when they were first building it, it was crazy. It's $1 million house. And it's like, oh, great, what the heck is going to happen in the neighborhood? Well, it's a gentleman out of Texas who only comes maybe 4 times a year, something like that. But we get used to the empty lot because it's something that we can go walking through and cut the corner, and then all of a sudden they're building on it. Well, that's that property owner's right to build whatever they want within the confines and the controls of that area. I remember back when it was Pizza Hut, and we would go there on a Friday or Saturday night for dinner, and Pizza Hut, traditionally back then, and and even now, I guess, is a hangout for younger generations where they can go get a relatively inexpensive meal and hang out. So they'd go in and they'd eat, then they'd come back out with their cars, with their radios going, and the little rice burners, revving it up and whatnot. So I'm sure that back when Pizza Hut was there was a noise issue that was happening at that point. But this is a C2 development. This is a C2 area, and anybody in an area that adjoins a C2, you've got to assume that at some point it's going to be developed. What that development is subject to interpretation and personal opinions. I think that putting conditions in, noise complaints can be enforced by the police department. Lighting during the review process of the building can be addressed. And like I said, I think that the conditional uses that are put in here do address many of those. Will it affect Club Gas? Sure, probably, unfortunately. However, I think that Club Gas has such a following and such, Shane, I'm sorry to say I've never been there. However, everybody has told me about how great the burritos are. And it's just when we go out, or I don't want to get up early enough to come and get a breakfast burrito, what I have to do is talk to Shauna and say, hey, on your way into work, can you pick me one up? I think that you are going to survive and you're going to continue doing a great business there because of that small town feel there and because of the excellent food and the excellent reputation you have from the locals. Will it affect you? Possibly. I don't know how much money you make off gas. Yeah, it's,
That's my concern, is the fuel is being right next door. I mean, I don't make.
We have to be on the microphone, I'm sorry. We need to make sure we get like a
Traveling mic.
portable next time, or and if you haven't figured it out, the air conditioner isn't working in here. So
it's not that bad.
we thought we had it. It's not that hot.
My old man
Is it
hands.
just the pressure that's getting to me?
No, I'm getting old. My hands are cold all the
Oh,
time.
you are
so-
getting old. Go ahead.
That's what concerns me is the fuel. I only have, the one island, and I don't have the buying power to buy fuel, like, say, Allsips.
Right.
They can sell fuel for 99 cents.
I wish they would.
When I'm paying $3 for it,
Yeah.
and they can make it up in their 700 other stores or whatever they have. You know what I mean? So,
Right, right.
I mean, their intention is to bury me. I mean, that's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't have that kind of buying power or amount of stores. So, essentially, I'm just going to have to pull up my gas pumps because it's very costly to have them there. The insurance is very costly.
No, I can only imagine.
And when you make very little money on it, it's never going to be worth it. So I'll be back in here asking you guys if I can tear them up.
I've always wondered why people get into the small gas stations. I mean, it's just
Well, they're just, the single store owner is almost gone.
almost gone, yeah.
Because of companies.
I've had a family member a long time ago in California had a small one store thing, and they were basically paying themselves, and that's it, Okay.
Mayor, I have one more.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not anything against a corporation, but I personally know that Allsips doesn't bank with banks in Ruidoso. They have banks that come in, but the money goes totally out immediately. They don't participate in community activities. And, all I'm saying is when you have small town that participates, that does great things for our community, that's part of our community, that has been born and bred in our community, I just think that's another thing that we have to consider.
I agree with you. However, I also don't think that's a reason for denial of business.
but-
It's
but
a
it's
quandary. It's a
my
catch-22. Yeah. I agree completely.
Not a zoning issue.
It's not a zoning issue. I mean, we've got a bank that just recently changed hands, and the previous bank wasn't participating much in this community. And
That's exactly
so I took
right.
my accounts away from there and went to another local bank to do stuff.
Mayor, council members, if I may, I understand, all of the economics and the hardship that is being expressed here, but unfortunately, we're bound by the C2 code, and they have met the conditions within here. Unfortunately, in my opinion, if we do a denial, we're restricting the development of this private property, and we're selectively enforcing the code since the use is existing on the adjacent lot. So I think it just really opens us up, makes the village very vulnerable.
Mr. Mayor, Samantha, and also Mr. Grable, thank you for being here. We're not killing the messenger, just so you know. But as we look under C2 districts, and we look under automobile service stations, and that's how it was presented. are we enforcing A through F or not?
We are.
So, Mr. Grable, it comes to you that F is no automobile service station on a site contiguous to any residential district shall be operated between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And I know you're not in a position to speak corporately. I don't know that you are or you aren't, but basically, is that a deal breaker with this?
I'm in position to say that we can accept those restrictions at this point in time, if that's what's imposed upon us.
Well, it isn't that it's imposed upon you. It was the conditions that were set forth by the C2 as it states in the statute, and that's what we're held to.
Understood. I think our perspective is that we don't fit squarely within the definition of an automobile service station, so therefore, those restrictions maybe shouldn't apply to us because we don't have hoist, we don't have mechanics, we're not operating or maintaining vehicles in a garage setting. And so with that said, though, yes, we can accept those hours of operation if we can advance this project.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Grable, then in purview of all of that, would it be on your radar scope to reapply under a different code, or is this it? That's directed not so much at you, but both of you. I don't expect you to have I certainly don't have all of these memorized, so.
Counselor Jackson, they could fit under retail or even a restaurant since they sell food. There's several definitions that they fit, and those two would be a principal permitted use in which they could just get their building permit, the site plan and building permits, and become operational. The reason I selected this definition was specific to the pump islands and wanting to provide notification to all of the residents within 200 feet of this location so that we could make sure we're doing our due diligence and notifying them instead of just slipping them through and one day Allsup's is operational. So I felt that this was the best path forward to bring this convenience store in. And our code doesn't make a lot of sense when it comes to this type of an operation because they aren't providing any services to anybody. We're not in Oregon and New Jersey where they fill your gas tank for you. So it's a tough one. Like I said, I went this path because I wanted to notify and make sure that everybody was informed on what the proposed development was going to be.
So Sam, is there any other designation in our code that addresses a business that pumps gas?
No.
No. So this is the only designation that fits within that code? Okay. And I guess it's probably a holdover from way long ago when the guy in his little white uniform came running out there and...
And that's why we've been in the process of rewriting 54 for a while, and we're getting close.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name again.
My name is Justin Crable.
Mr. Grable, you stated that the Allsup's the ultimate portfolio is to operate 24 hours. And you also stated that at this particular time, that you were willing to confine within these particular conditional uses that are set here. Now, then you came back up here and you said that at this time, but that also you don't feel that you fit within that type of conditional use because of. So my question is that, as everybody stated that, we all used to go to Pizza Hut and also to Mr. Burger, but they did close around 10 o'clock. So I think a lot of the, let's just say, concern is the after hours to 10 o'clock. So with that, it sounds to me that you're going to be pushing to get rid of this condition sometime in the future and then thus become a 24-hour operation. So my question is that the case? And then also to Samantha, if that's the case, then what would that process be and how, let's just say, likely would that happen?
During the rewrite of Chapter 54, Councilor Eby, it would be addressed, better defining this type of sale of gas as well as his convenience foods. We have had another local business owner that we've been working with that has objections to closing at 10 o'clock at night. And so they're also falling under these limitations. And so it's something that's been expressed outside of this public hearing as well. But it would go through the public hearing process, the rewrite, additions of definitions, and changes of code, just like any other ordinance change.
So it essentially be requested by the organization, Allsops, and also by the other gentleman that you were speaking of. So that would they would come to you all for a rewrite to get rid of that condition that was imposed upon them, because it's not a condition written in the ordinance per se, but it's a condition for that particular business to operate. Is that correct?
For an automobile service station, that's correct. And if they would have been classified as a different use, such as retail, then that condition is not imposed on them. So that's kind of where I'm at a rock and a hard place with placing that condition upon them, because they're not using mechanic machinery and repairing vehicles.
Yes. And I think that with this condition is really negative on one side but positive on the other, and then you flip it, then it becomes positive for the one side and negative for the other. So that, I think that's almost 50% of what we're talking about is that particular issue right now as far as that condition. So that's really my concern.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Eby, that is a condition that is in the code. So they are bound to follow that condition as a conditional, under the conditional use that you can only operate in those hours. If they disregard that or don't comply with it, then there are consequences, like they would get their business license pulled based on what is in the code, if that's helpful to you at all. And Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I ask a couple questions?
No, go right ahead.
Justin, in your industry, is the sale of gasoline, is it similar to other industries where you have wholesale and you have retail?
You know, I don't have the answer to that question. So just my background is I work for a civil engineering firm. We're a land development consulting firm. So the operations, you know, the business decisions as to which sites and all the economic studies that go into it and the purchasing of the fuel, all those types of questions are held by Allsops themselves. Colby, if you're on the phone, if you can hear us, maybe you could comment on that.
I don't know that Colby's been sworn in.
Okay.
Colby, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm a little in and out of reception as I'm driving right now.
Colby, what's your last name? Colby?
Cutting in and out.
We'll wait till he's back. But you say you're an engineer? And you are you consulting with Allsops, or are you employed by Allsops?
Yeah, so our role for Allsops is we help them get their projects designed on the side of things. You know, the surveying, the traffic engineering, the engineering design of the site. We work with the architect on the building. We actually manage the entire construction process. So we provide turnkey services for them.
So you don't know how Allsops acquires the gasoline and gets the gasoline to their stores and then sells it, how they set their pricing, what they pay for the fuel, anything like that?
I do not.
Okay.
No, that's an operational item that I just don't have any knowledge of.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, where I was going with that is, my understanding of the gasoline business is that they buy from a wholesaler, they truck it to their stores, they jack up the price, and they sell it at a retail level. What Sam did is look at the code, and she saw that, there's nothing in our code, or our code is very archaic, and it hasn't evolved with the industry, the gasoline industry, the convenience store industry. And so she sees in there, well, this one talks about gas pump islands. So, but it's also called service stations, which in the old-fashioned way is the guy with the white caps and the towel hanging out of his back pocket, that whole deal. So she says, well, let's go forward with this application as a service station. And you can do that in a C2 district as a conditional use. So she administratively took that path, and Allsups has worked with her along that path. And so they've met all of the conditions, and we just heard that he has the authority to say that they will comply with that hourly restriction condition as well. What if Sam had said, you know what, none of this really fits, and service station, yeah, there's gas pumps, but the modern convenience store is so much more complicated than it was back in the day when you went and got your tire fixed, your gas filled, and then maybe you got some peanut butter crackers out of the vending machine while you waited. So she could have done, well, let's do retail, and then we wouldn't even be here. There's no question that if she had gone the retail route, and I can't think of any reason why she couldn't have chosen that path, but she, along with the applicant, chose the service station route, and now, after meeting all of the conditions, and there's been some question about health, safety, and welfare, but, your job is to think in broad terms. At this point, is it detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare? That's for you guys to answer. You did hear some testimony from a gentleman who said he lives with his mother who's 90 years old, and her room backs up to that. He said, I noted it specifically, he said she would be affected. I can understand that. He also said, but I probably won't be affected. So you've got to ask, what is the general effect on the health, safety, and welfare? I don't know. That's up to you to decide. But for whatever reason, two commissioners voted no, and their reasoning, that would be very problematic for me to defend in the district court. I mean, the fact that Commissioner Tondino essentially doesn't like the project, but it meets everything in the code. So I understand what everybody says. But you've got a code. And if you disregard it, where else are you going to disregard it? And I hate to do this. I think the world is Shane. I love the business. I love the burritos. I buy beer there, the whole deal. But it is what it is. And this is the first of a long process. You guys are going to have a lot of input about how they do things. I mean, how many cases, you've all seen cases in here where it's just like, I'd hate to be an applicant on a deal like this, because you guys get various opportunities to nitpick and do whatever you want to do to protect the community, to protect local businesses, But for right now, this is a simple application, a very broad application. Are you going to approve the conditional use based on the application?
I think we pretty much understand that. Some people are just wanting to save people some time and pain and look down the road for that. And I know we've been here many times on other projects that meet the code, and for whatever reason we don't do it, because I know for certain that people, before Allsups bought the property, there was a hotel company that was looking at, the company that owned that was out of Amarillo. They contacted us, wanted to look at building a hotel there. And then the property was purchased. And so we all know about hotels and how people want them, don't want them until they need them. I don't need to talk about workforce housing. So I think that we've whooped this horse to death. I think people have an understanding of what the code is and that we have to have laws, and, just because we don't like something or we do like something, that they get passed. So if there's no objection from the council, we'll move on to the phase, close this public hearing. Close the public hearing, and then we'd look for a motion in the affirmative. Vote yay or nay.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'll move to overturn the Planning Commission's decision.
Time out.
Oops. Move out of public hearing.
I just said we closed it.
Yeah, sorry.
I just had one statement, if I may.
Okay.
Before you all vote. I do listen and see that, code enforcement and several other people have talked about the properties. As we move forward and Allsups looks at, if this project is approved and they close properties, they really need to make a commitment to stay in compliance with our code. If there's any conditions placed on this, they've applied under a service station. That's what they're being permitted for. So if there's conditions, that becomes part of our ordinance to enforce.
So, thinking that you can apply now and, potentially in the future, revisit and say, hey, no, we thought we were retail. No, we're going to enforce that this is followed through with under a service station application.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Coughlin.
Let me find my page here. I move to overturn the Planning Commission's decision on case number 2021-13 to develop an automobile service station in the C2 Community Commercial District located at 1201 Meacham Drive, Lot 1A-2A, Block 3 in the Airport West subdivision, and that we add an 8th condition to the 7 that are already being recommended, which requires waste receptacles to be enclosed.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
No.
Counselor Letterman?
No.
Counselor Eby?
No.
So we have 3 noes,
Yep.
3 yes.
And no.
And my justification, Mayor, for my no was that if Allsup's truly looking at the investment of Ruidoso, our other 4 Allsups would have been refurbished or at least upgraded or a paint job, as of now, because they are pretty well run down and it's, I stopped going to my neighborhood Allsups just because of the condition of it and stuff, so. And then again, I was in favor of it because then all the drunks would go from that Allsups down the street to the other side. So that's where I thought, well, maybe that's a win-win, but anyway, I just
Okay.
wanted to make that statement.
So we have our vote. Got it? Okay, we want to thank everybody for coming in today on that issue. Now we'll move on with the regular. Mayor reports and presentations, item number 1, introduction of new Village of Ruidoso employees. And we have a few, and one of them has been patiently waiting the whole time, Justin Vorbach. And so if you'll stand up, Justin, and come our way. Justin Vorbach is Water Operator 3 in water production, and he was hired October the 4th. So we want to welcome you to the village. And this is your council, and so we're glad to have you here. So are you from here, or you just moved here?
I'm from Tularosa.
You're from Tularosa, so you're a homeboy nearly. And we appreciate you coming in. Do you have any questions of the council, or?
No, not right now. Everything's been pretty good, so.
Okay, well, we hope you have a long tenure here at the village.
Yes, sir.
And as again, we're always here, so we just like to know who you are, and so that you know who we are. So if there's everything coming, that you have access to your manager and us. So thank you. And good luck. Sorry we tied you up so long.
No, it's all right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome. Yes, sir.
You want to shake your hand? We're awesome.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Okay, and we have, saw some riches, some slacks out there. So I guess this would be Jonathan Brashear, the detective for the police department.
Yes.
Date of hire, October the 10th. Come on down and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Welcome.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So how long you been in the community now?
I just moved here, my wife and I did. My wife is from here. I just came from Carlsbad Police Department.
Okay.
I was a detective there.
And so now you're with us and we appreciate it. So what was the allure of Ruidoso?
So we have a 3-month-old baby, so we didn't have any family down in Carlsbad, so we made a decision to move this back this direction.
It didn't have anything to do with the pay incentives or the slick jacket or the mountains or anything like that? It was
Maybe
cool,
the mountains a
Mayor.
little bit.
We're just curious because we're trying to really market for this, the officers,
Hunters.
on your big hunters.
Yes.
Okay, well, welcome, and hopefully you have a good time here, good tenure, and And we love the police here. We really do. So, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bryce Bowen, firefighter. Not here.
Out fighting fires.
He's out fighting fires. And we did have a fire, just to let y'all know, in Upper Canyon off Brady. As you can imagine, the wind blew a tree over, and the fire department got out there, got it put out. So they're always on top of everything.
Nice.
Nathan Fuchs, firefighter. Nathan, come on down. So actually, you got to see how this all works and how boring it really is. Nathan, welcome.
You related to John?
Yes, that's my uncle. My uncle is John Fox.
Gosh.
Oh, it's Fox.
Fox.
Yes.
Pronounced Fox.
Okay.
I'm good.
Welcome. Thank you. Very good. Glad to have you.
Your uncle used to do all my block work.
I know, John Fox. I'll be.
So you're a local and you've been here for a while?
Yes, sir. I grew up in Capitan, so I'm a native to Lincoln County. And
Okay, so we'll have to put that Fox on there. I have to make sure I get that straight next time.
Yes, sir, it's an unusual spelling.
Spelling for sure. Well, do you have any questions of your council or
I don't know
manager?
that I have any specific questions right now. I'm just, glad to be able to offer myself for service to the community of Ruidoso. And, I grew up here and, I think a lot of Lincoln County and this whole area. Been in New Mexico since I graduated and from Capitan and went to college. I've never left New Mexico. And a few years ago, I was able to move back home. And so I've been trying to get on with the village for a few years now, and it's finally worked out for me, so I'm excited for that.
Okay.
Glad to
Welcome.
be here.
when I see your first day is tomorrow?
Yes, sir, I do. My first shift starts tomorrow. That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right, well, good luck to you. If you need anything, here we are, and you're in good hands with Cody and the crew. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
hopefully we'll have you a new deputy chief before long. Okay, now we'll move on.
I wanted to introduce myself to y'all. I'm the new store director at the Albertsons.
Okay, wait a minute. That's good. Well,
We're going to recognize him next.
yeah, well, you were next.
Oh, wait, I thought you were going to move on.
Well, no, move on from new employees. But we're not from new. So sit down here and tell us all about yourself.
Awesome.
Because Albertsons, since the inception from purchasing from Lawrence Brothers, has been a great community partner, and we've done very well with Albertsons. So your name is?
Harley.
Harley.
Yep.
Well, everybody's got a puppy dog named Harley. And so we won't forget that one. Harley what?
Harley Estes.
Harley
Oh,
Estes.
my gosh.
Any relation to the Esteses that are already here?
No.
Okay, good. So where'd you come from?
Previously Hobbs, but I was born and raised in Lubbock. Spent about 5 years at the Albertsons in Carlsbad, and then about the last year and a half in Hobbs.
Okay. Well, we're glad to have you. Do you have any questions for us? So you already ran into Counselor Coughlin over here and?
Not yet.
Oh, I thought you'd already met him.
Well, on phone, we're going to meet tomorrow morning.
'Cause I would go over there regular, but I'd ask and whatever. So how long have you been here?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. So you've been busy. All right, well, if there's anything you need from us, please call, and we will certainly be calling you. Albertsons has always been there every time there's a fire, there's a flood, there's a whatever, so we appreciate that, and we'd like to continue that on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question. if I
Shoot.
may. I hope it's not inappropriate.
Is it a joke? It's going to be inappropriate.
Are you going to be expanding the agave selection? No, just kidding.
Agave. He's just discovered agave.
No, we're going through a remodel though, so we're getting brand new.
Yeah, I don't know how you got that tile up so quick, but y'all did a great job.
Yeah, that should be completed in a couple of weeks, so.
Okay.
Looking good.
Welcome to Ridoso.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Glad you're here.
Then next, we have a presentation from Zia Natural Gas on developing and integrating resource plan. So welcome, guys. Morning, it's good to see you again. Y'all just have a seat there, and we have you a microphone.
May I take this off?
Yes, you're more than welcome to.
Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time today. I had no idea I was coming into such an energetic meeting.
That was energetic. I was.
And I'll try not to put you to sleep today. My name is Leslie Graham. I'm the general manager. I really appreciate Oscar Saucedo, our business development manager, for getting this set up with you all. And so I appreciate your time today. I will try and work through our presentation quickly. Sal did not make it, and so I have all the wrong people introduced. I already introduced Oscar. Also with us today, came to sit down and listen in on this process and probably be involved in it, is Wes Hacker. He's our system engineer. He's going to be doing engineering for all of our New Mexico and Wyoming systems. And then Jake Kinney is our pipeline safety manager, and he does a lot of the safety regulatory compliance pipeline safety work in OSHA. So I'm glad they came to join me. I am here today to talk about our integrated resource plan. This is something that we're required to do by the Public Service Commission. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our integrated resource plan is, talk about our system in Lincoln County, what we're forecasting for load and supply needs. We'll talk about supply side demand, or supply side resources as well as demand side, what people want and need out of the natural gas in the next few years. Go through an assessment for a need for additional resources and options for those resources, an evaluation of potential additional resources, and then finish off with just a brief discussion of our energy efficiency program. Integrated resource plan, what is it? The goal of the integrated resource plan is to identify the most cost-effective portfolio of resources to supply the existing and future energy needs of our customers. This is exciting stuff. This is a requirement of the Public Regulatory Commission as outlined in the New Mexico Administrative Code 1774. It's an integrated resource plan for gas utilities. I sometimes think some of these regulations are written for the electric utilities, and then right at the end they go, oh, and gas, and tack that on, and here I am doing a presentation to all of you. You probably have heard about an integrated resource plan more when you think about PNM, SPS, El Paso Electric talking about renewable resources versus traditional power supplies. And they're trying to balance solar, wind, which would work well today, natural gas, coal, nuclear, and hydroelectric. They're looking at some of their different resources. We do a similar process, and along with that process, then we also look at what are we going to need for the next few years, because bringing on additional resources is not cheap and easy, and so we want to make sure we're meeting all of our customers' supplies and not surprised or restricting anyone. This IRP, the requirements for the IRP, we have to file this every 4 years. We're looking at a 4 to 10 year planning period. We go through a public advisory process in all of the areas that we serve, looking for input on new development, on changes that might affect the needs of the community as far as natural gas utility needs. We evaluate the potential for additional resources, where we can get the natural gas from, and then we file this all with the PRC, and they review this plan and make sure that we are meeting the needs of our customers. The report will include a load forecast, a list of where we're getting the gas, a summary of what we need for the future. We'll look at potential additional resources if we need to bring them on. We, of course, review our gas supply, where we bring the gas in, and make sure that that's a stable source for natural gas. We'll evaluate alternative resources. Again, think electric utilities. They're evaluating many different additional resources. We are pretty much looking at where the pipe is tapped to the other pipe. We go through a description of our public advisory process and any feedback we were able to receive during the public advisory process, and then any other additional information that the PRC would like to discuss when reviewing our plan. A big part of this process is the public advisory process, coming in and talking to people like you, and I appreciate your time today. We've done the public advisory process where we've just announced a meeting and met. I've had a long discussion with the janitor about our IRP, had a great discussion, and then we've left. And so this gives us a chance to really talk to the people who know what's going on in the community, whether you can provide feedback now. I've got contact information later on. We would appreciate anything that you might be able to provide to us to guide us in what we need to meet the needs of this community. We also then look at our current pipelines, our contracts with marketers and suppliers. We review the existing supplies. We look at what our customers need and try and identify those needs. We coordinate with our energy efficiency program and load management options. That's all part of this IRP process, and try to finally come up with a cost-effective energy portfolio. I'm going to move on to who ZIA Natural Gas is and what our system looks like overall. So as a company, we serve about 39,500 customers in New Mexico. I can't believe it. We started in 1988 here in Ruidoso with about 2,500 customers. So investing in New Mexico has been just a wonderful investment for our business over these many years. We are now selling about 3.8 BCF of gas annually, and we operate in Lee, Eddy, Lincoln, Colfax, and Doñana counties. Here in Lincoln County, we've seen a steady growth. I estimate about a 1% a year growth in customer count. We're up to about 13,894 as of the end of June. This is our largest district and has been, I love being in Lincoln County, well, besides wind, and it's been a great investment here in Lincoln County. Our sales volume, I also like to look and analyze our sales volume. This is an annualized sales volume, so a 12-month running total. We serve residential customers all over the state. Our primary customer class is residential. Even in small commercial and large commercial, the primary use is space heating. So looking at a graph of our sales volume is also looking at a graph of weather. They're very weather dependent. So the ups and downs have more to do with a cold winter versus a warm winter than really anything else going on in the business. And so you can see that. We are seeing an incline, a growth, but a lot of that has to do with just what's going on with the weather over the past few years. Our system in Lincoln County, we get gas in northern Lincoln County off the El Paso transmission system. It's actually owned by Kinder Morgan now. Major interstate transmission line that connects down in Hobbs, the Permian Basin, all the way out to the West Coast. Goes up through the Farmington area as well. We connect to that major transmission line and bring gas south. We feed Capitan, Carrizozo, and then here in Ruidoso as well, and all the rural areas in between our towns. We have an 8-inch pipeline and a 4-inch transmission line that we serve gas through. Together, we calculate these lines can flow over 20,000 MCF a day. In the past 5 years, our peak flow rate was just over 12,000 MCF a day, so 60% of the capacity of our transmission system. We have firm capacity out on El Paso at 10,000 MCF a day with additional capacity available if needed, so I'm not anticipating any problems with bringing gas to this part of Lincoln County in the next 10 years even. One of the things that I wanted to discuss, and this is a little bit off topic, but it was certainly something that affects our supplies and affects our customers, was the cold weather event that happened last February. And I think many of you remember it. It hit the news as Texas freezing up, the whole state of Texas, and it was a major energy impact. For us in New Mexico, and really through almost 23 states in the United States, it was a major price impact. And so that's another piece that really affects our supplies. We had the gas there. We were able to feed our customers. We did not lose any customers. I'm proud to say that. We were very stable, but the price in the market went insane. And so that's something that is out there, is something that we're considering when we're looking at how to tie in contracts, how to make sure that we're getting the most reasonable price gas for our customers as well. Overall, let's see, I had some numbers. We had to go in for emergency financing. It was massive. We figured we spent approximately $18 million over that 7-day period. In 2020, we spent $10 million for the entire year buying natural gas. And so it was a massive impact on our business. We did go in for emergency financing. The PRC approved a loan that we applied for. And then we went in for recovery of those rates from our customers because that is a pass-through. They spread that out over a 3-year period. I appreciate that they were concerned about the impact on all of our customers, on all what commercial as well as residential customers that we serve, but also on the need to not spread this out too long, to pancake if an event like this were to happen again, to limit the interest on that loan and to try and take care of it. We, with the 3-year recovery, I estimated that impact on customers at about a 27% increase in that cost of gas portion, so this was not insignificant. unfortunately. It came out to be about a $12.50 a month impact on customers' bills. It didn't just happen to the gas utility industry, but also in the electric utility because of the natural gas generation in there. And then the next impact is looking at supplies going into this winter. We're seeing increases in natural gas prices. And so we've just recently filed our PGAC, not quite as dramatic of an impact, but overall, if I calculated the average October bill will go up by about 8%, or an impact of about $3.40. And so nationally, natural gas prices are up as well. Again, something to be aware of, although I don't foresee physical constraints, this is a price impact that certainly impacted our business and our customers. I'll go back to the presentation. And so some of the things that we're looking for in public impact are in our public advisory process is public input. So any projects that you may have foreseen on the future that may impact the need for natural gas, potential loss, in projects or things that might be going on that may impact a downward impact on gas or utility demand. Housing growth, I'm looking at it, and it's been very steady state. It's been pretty remarkable here, how people are continuing to build. And then any other economic factors. And so, again, either during the meeting, afterwards, we've got contact information, and I sure would appreciate any information on that to take it into consideration when we're making sure we have sufficient supplies. I think right now, as far as we can tell, researching our ability to meet the needs as well as the growth in Lincoln County, that we do have sufficient supplies to meet these needs. One of the other things that we need to look at is alternate resource options. Some of the things that are coming down the line, some of the bigger utilities are looking at, some transmission lines have been looking at, is the dairy-based biogas methane coming off the dairies. Harvesting that, capturing that, processing that, and bringing that into supply. There was a project that went on down in Roswell for a little while. There's several that are up in Fort Collins where they have the big dairies and big livestock yards up in Fort Collins, Colorado, where they're able to inject that dairy-based biogas into the transmission lines. We have not had the opportunity for that yet within our systems. Do have a few concerns around gas quality, about BTU content. We want to make sure, because we're ultimately responsible for delivering good quality gas to our customers as well, that we have those things under control. But those are always resources that are out there, they're on the horizon that we're reviewing and looking at as well. One of the interesting things that have been talked about a lot this summer is hydrogen. And I know Southern California Gas is looking at injecting hydrogen as a mix within the natural gas as a cleaner burning fuel. And so there's different options there, a way to utilize existing utility systems, but I'm not sure what they're trying to do. Trying to do something. Sorry.
It's California, don't waste
It's
your time.
California, that's all you have to say, really.
Trying to come up with some alternative options. I'll leave it at that. Again, some of the concerns about some of the other resource options that we look at are your startup costs, your availability, whether we're going to have consistent supply for our customers, and then quality, making sure that we're getting the right BTU content and no contaminants in that natural gas. And so again, I'd be open to any questions or suggestions on our gas system. I will tout for just one moment our energy efficiency program. This is the other side of this equation. So we've got the supply coming in. The other side is the demand side. And how are we using that gas, and are we using it as efficiently as possible? And so we do have the energy efficiency program. We've just recently reapplied to the commission for an update to our energy efficiency program. We do that every 3 years. They review the program. Is there any new options out there that we can offer up to customers? And so once again, trying to promote the most efficient use of natural gas. Our energy efficiency program does focus on space heating and water heating are the primary focus because a majority of our customers are residential. So putting in more efficient space heaters, improving insulation in homes, water heating, surprisingly low flow shower heads do well, and that's just reducing the amount of hot water you use, reduces the amount of energy you use. We do have programs for low income or income qualified households. Our contractor will go in and install faucet aerators, the shower heads. They'll look at sealing up the house along doors, windows. They'll look at insulation if necessary and help pair people up with other programs to do the bigger upgrades, like a furnace upgrade or a water heater upgrade, so we can promote that and provide a small.
So you have a contractor, or you have in-house the people that do that?
We have a contractor that does our low-income program. In fact, he should be up here. It's Energy Works, and they should be up here in November. Is that right, Oscar?
November or December.
Yeah. And so I've identified several households that may qualify, visited with them about it, but anyone can come visit with us about our energy efficiency program. Oscar's our main program manager. We'd certainly figure out how to get you either the direct install with Energy Works or rebates on work that's been done in the home.
How are you marking that out? How do we get that word out to potential people that are, would need that?
It's a great question. We've done advertising, just traditional methods of advertising. Some of the biggest or best results have been in our newsletter that comes in the bill. And so we try to have something in the newsletter every month that's promoting one piece of the energy efficiency program or another. Right now, I like to promote furnace tune-ups. Everybody get in there and make sure your furnace is operating properly. And there's a $25 rebate for the furnace tune-ups. But yes, we try to promote that through our newsletters and then through traditional advertising. We do have information on our website.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. That is it for my presentation, but I'd be happy to entertain any questions, and otherwise don't need to take up any more time.
So you said you were operating at 60% capacity?
Not
In the
full-time,
winter?
but we have peaked. Our very peak day hit 60% of capacity, yeah.
Okay.
Normal winter day is about 4,000, so out of 20,000, that's 20% capacity,
Okay.
yeah.
And you didn't have any issues getting the emergency funding? The PRC readily approved it, and
Yes, they were very understanding. They understood what we were hit with. The industry was hit that way. And so all of the gas utilities, New Mexico Gas, Raton Natural Gas, and Zia Natural Gas here in New Mexico, were all before the commission almost at the same time with the same problem.
and your loss was, in your extra purchases, you said was how many millions?
Overall for the state, we spent an extra 18 million for that 7.
Just your company?
Just our company.
Okay, and you're spreading that out over 40-something dollars, multiplied times your 13,000 customer base, over how many years?
Over more of a 39,000 customer base. So
39,000.
that's across the state of New Mexico. And they approved a 3-year recovery, so that's spread out over 3 years.
Okay,
So our bills will be going up $40 a month.
or 40 plus?
Yeah, I mean.
$12. Let me come back to that.
16.
Yeah.
1250 plus 3
Yeah,
something.
that's not as bad as I thought.
No, because when we were talking earlier on the radio, I thought it was $46.
Our original application was for a recovery over 17 months. The commission did not approve our original application. They moved it out to 36 months. They felt 3 years was more appropriate. So it
Okay.
did reduce that monthly impact.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's,
Wasn't that 1250 and then
Yeah,
you said
something.
3 something additional later on?
Yeah.
So maybe about 16?
Council, yes, thank you, Mayor, thank you. $12.50 for the extraordinary, what we're calling extreme pricing event. And then, yes, nationwide prices have increased overall, and so that impact will be about a $3.50 on an average October
About
monthly bill.
$16. So is that increase pretty consistent across the whole state
Yes,
with all companies? And what about neighboring states? And such as this just a phenomenon that just happened to, and you're saying it's basically isolated because of the freeze event, really? Is that?
thank you, Counselor. Yes, the freeze event it affected our utility in Wyoming. It's always cold in Wyoming. They're looking at us going, why would this even matter? So yes, this affected a large swath. Utilities in Washington State were seeing an impact. Utilities in Texas, much larger impact. Oklahoma, much larger impact than some of us over on the western side of the United States. But still, yes, for that freeze event, a huge impact.
Why do you think that was?
I've testified, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I have testified in front of not testified, I have done a public comment in front of the Public Regulation Commission. I personally believe it was price gouging. I personally believe there should be an investigation into price gouging. I know Texas declared a state of emergency, and I know and witnessed that prices went from $2.50 on February 1st. We saw one price of $381. For just a very short period of time during that time period. I am too small to sue over that. This is going to have to be a federal investigation. The state attorney general need to be involved and investigate what happened during that extreme pricing event. That is my personal opinion. I do not have any.
From the
legal
producers or the transmitters?
I do not know. Thank you. That is a good question, whether that happened at the marketing spot or from the producers. They're all trading on the commodities trading.
Yeah, the traders, I figure, have something to do with this.
And there were some companies out there who did brag about the profit they made. I think their PR department shut them down very quickly once they realized the net impact on the end user. But some companies profited really well off that event.
All right, well, thank you for your candor.
Yes.
I know.
Thanks, Leslie.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we appreciate, you guys are always a good partner, and it's always nice to count on clean, dependable gas.
And safe.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
It's nice having
I appreciate it.
their backhoes blocking my way to work every morning. But the homeowners are really happy.
Congratulations on your.
I wonder with the dairy if that gas would be, it smelled very good.
Who knows? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
You know, and one of the things, Leslie, is I've heard from people that work for your company about what a great company it is to work for. And seeing Oscar now as the business development manager, how you guys really move your people up from the bottom and bring them up through the company. So that's a great thing.
I appreciate you guys. Yeah, several.
Oh, yeah. Jake used to be out there in the mud, you know, so.
Oh, that's a good one.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And just something that you might know, Leslie, is the council's been working hard with our different departments and finances and reviewing some of our own auditing. And with some of the money that we've been able to make over the last year, we've been done very well through the pandemic and things that we've done. So we're actually looking at trying to reduce our wastewater fee or a wastewater treatment plant fee or one of those. So maybe the user here in Ruidoso will hopefully have a net zero effect, so we're working hard on that too, because we know that it wasn't your fault, your guys' fault. So, but we just appreciate you coming in and taking care of it. But we're community minded too, and so we want to make sure that if we can give a little bit. But it was you making us aware of this. When was that? When you came to the radio station?
I think we spoke right at the end of February.
February, when you first alerted us to this, we've been working on it for some years, but the village has done very well over the last few years in grants and different things that we've been able to do. And so we're looking hard at can we make a reduction. So that's what we want to do. But thank you for coming in and bringing all this up to our attention. I know it's mandatory, but the other things you do for the community aren't. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, boards and commissions. And I think I just have the one. And this came in from, I guess I've lost my internet.
So did I.
This came in from Rodney Griego. It was
So die.
a request for the cemetery board.
That went down.
And I don't see the young lady's name.
Marissa Good.
Marissa Good. I signed her paperwork, sent the invitation, but anyway, we'll be appointing Marissa Good with your blessing, council. She's the recommendation that I'm putting forward. And so with your appointment, with your blessing, like I said, we'll make her appointment to the cemetery board.
I'll move, Mayor, to appoint Marissa Good onto the cemetery board. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, yes, sir?
In future appointments, if we could see who they're replacing.
Okay.
Because that's what I was going to ask you, Rod. It's been, there was a vacancy that's been for a while, right? So it's not a replacement?
That's correct. It was Mr. VOR.
Okay. But yeah, just for future times when we get appointments, if it isn't a replacement of someone or filling a vacancy.
May I ask a question?
Sure, go right in.
Rodney, I've noticed that it's cancellation after cancellation on the library, I apologize, the cemetery board. Is that because we've only had 4 members?
It doesn't help that you're short one member when you're trying to have a quorum, and that's partially the
Okay,
reason. And then people's availability, when you check their availability. It is only quarterly meetings, but.
Oh, quarterly, okay,
It's just notice.
okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh. Now we'll move on to the.
Mayor
We
Crawford.
haven't had the vote yet.
Just clarification, Counselor Cornelius was the second?
Sure.
I didn't get, who was the,
I think Joe and I both did it, so.
okay,
Give it to John.
all right.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have the ability to turn up Counselor mic if we need to.
Turn it up. Oh, good. Your wife's wish is going to come true, Joe.
Mayor,
do
can
we-
we take a break?
Yeah, we'll take a break. Hopefully, we can get everything rebooted.
It's in Novus.
Oh, it's Novus?
I can access the internet, but I can't access Novus.
So if we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll turn it over to the village manager's report when we get back.
Sounds good.
Let me
So
log
I
on
don't
there.
understand.
Let me see if I can get on.
Right?
No, but we're going to general business.
No, it won't pull
Might have
up.
to have you
I mean, we got the agenda where we left it.
Travel.
I don't know whether to sign off of
I exited
Novus
all the way out and tried to get back in, and I can't.
sign back in.
It says the site can't be reached. Check the connection, the proxy and firewall, and running Windows network.
Good, good. How are
You were
you?
on there earlier, correct?
Earlier, it was just all of a sudden, it just went.
Let's see if I'm
When I
not,
went to click on that.
I don't remember. Eddie, oh, yeah.
The year that everything hit the fan and
I remember.
problems, but
What fan?
yeah, it's good to see you guys.
When are you guys going to be working over there?
Thank
So,
you.
my wife and I purchased the wrap. So it's open currently. We're hoping to be making
We're at-
beer there before.
all of them? Okay. Is your Novus not working?
we still got paper.
Yes, we do.
We could just go over that. But I don't know if it's affecting the YouTube.
Well, but we have it in public now, so it's not required,
Oh, okay.
and we'll go over that.
Still.
Okay, if we can get everybody to come back in. And Ron, I want to talk to you about, we don't have to be online to continue, do we? Yeah. Okay, Zach Cook has left the building. His wife has it's not an emergency medical issue, but something that's going on, so he has, yeah, if he can get service. So anyway, we're going to continue on, huh? We can't get service, so.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we're still having some issues with the Granicus on the Novus agenda, so we have the systems MD looking into it, so.
Okay, well, so are we still on the internet? Are we still
Yes.
live? Okay.
We're still live.
So we still have good old paper. We've been trying to replace it forever. Novus just fired up? Okay, good job, Systems MD. Okay, so we will continue on. Novus is back. And we are now, okay, it's back on. Back to the village manager's report, and so we'll try to move on with a little bit of pace, not haste, but pace.
Yeah, and Mayor, we got a few reports, so.
Okay, well,
One of the things that, I'd like to start off the department reports is the first thing, so I told Ron, that I was gonna call on Ron to talk a little bit about his experience. And we're all wondering in the office, how come he painted 505 on his neck?
so he's already in. You're representing.
Yeah, so thank you, everybody. I just wanted to first appreciate the opportunity to be able to go to Portland to the ICMA National Conference, and that's International of City and County Managers Association, and there was, I would say, in attendance about 3,500 city managers and assistant city managers, deputies, et cetera, from across the country, some from as far as England and some other locations also, and was able to go on some workshops that were mobile workshops. I sent Rodney a couple pictures. They had some recreation facilities that were just amazing. There is a lot of water there in the Portland area. And they had where they were working with other entities, county, multiple municipalities in order to operate these recreation facilities. And they had baseball fields. They have a minor league baseball team there. They have Portland State University that uses the field also, and they're all paying rent to be able to utilize the facilities from the city. Also went on to another. It was a park area, and they had a lake there that was it was a state lake, but this community, they managed all the amenities within that area. They had a beach there that was unbelievable. They had the Rodney's favorite, what are they, Rodney? The water on the, what is it on the, for the kids? Splash pads. They had a splash pad there that was really nice. They had all these amenities on there, and they had trails. They had a garden like the garden we have over at Wingfield Park, and great amenities. They also had provided courses on federal grants. Those were very interesting. They had team building exercises and a lot of classes that Tim and I have through the New Mexico Municipal League have attended, but they had just a plethora of classes that provided and that I was able to attend. And they had a community that provided a presentation on, it was regarding the short-term rentals, and it was a resort community in Idaho, McCall, Idaho, had the same situation like the village, no workforce housing, 80 to 85% of their employees do not live in that community. And I believe it was like 49% that traveled 50 miles or more to commute to work every day. And they were even looking, there was communities nearby that were busing their employees to the communities to work. I mean, that's how just the workforce issues and the affordable housing, how it's across the nation. So that was also just a great opportunity to listen to that. And you know, public transportation, you know, we support the Zia Trans and the system manager from Gallup was there also, and the administrator from Las Lunas. We were able to utilize the transit rail system there in Portland. It was great. We really liked it, but you know, just here in Ruidoso, we're so fortunate to be in a community that's so clean. You know, the large community like that, there was a lot of litter, and just the homelessness was a eye opener for me to see all that. I mean, it was just all, you know, there was tents, there was, you know, all kinds of things around the city that we traveled through on the train and see things. So we are blessed to live here in this resort community and be able to raise our families in these small communities. So it just makes you want to, when you get back to Ruidoso, you're just very fortunate. So see that's happening, you know, in larger cities. So
Well, good. We're glad you made it back alive. And with all your luggage?
all my luggage, and the flight was, you know, everybody of course wore your mask, but you were not sitting, you know, 6 feet apart. That's for sure. It was planes were full, but it was a good conference, and I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to attend that. So, and I'll stand for any questions on anything, and so. But I also wanted to thank Yvonne for handling administering the workshop meeting on last Tuesday, and worked with her while I was working in Oregon also in preparing and getting that. But I do appreciate all the hard work that Yvonne did to get that, to make that presentable. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Mayor, moving on, you know, Ron and I, you know, for those 2 weeks, we kept passing each other on 54, or, you know, as we were going in different directions. And, you know, Kelly, myself, and Rodney and T-Bone had the pleasure of going up to the Tourism Outdoor Recreation Conference in Farmington. And, you know, I just want to, you know, they did recognize our eco-servants. So Stefan's here, and, you know, they were also represented up there. So,
Is that like eco? Echo?
Echo.
Stephen.
Yeah, Stephen. Is Stephen or Stefan?
Stefan. That'll work.
But they were recognized up there for some of the trails that they've, you know, built here and some of their efforts. So I just wanted to make sure that I pointed that out.
That's great.
So always a good representation of Lincoln County. Thank you. You know, Mayor, moving on with the report, you know, we talked about, you know, how we've been marketing over the summer and, you know, some of the changes that occurred. So we hadn't heard from Team Tourism in a while. So Carrie is on vacation, hopefully drinking a beer somewhere up in Milwaukee. And I told her, make sure she stops by the Harley Museum and get me something. Don't forget me. But she probably won't do that. But Kelly is here to represent Team Tourism and present our marketing efforts over the summer.
Mayor, members of the council. Feels like normal times being back in Village Hall. So good to see you all, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. As of this moment, I have internet, and so I'm going to play a video, and hopefully it works. And then if not, we'll move on. So that was a video that we had produced over towards the end of the summer. There were some familiar faces in there from our local community, but with Neighbors Magazine out of the Las Cruces area, Las Cruces Magazine, Neighbors Magazine, Ruidoso was featured on the cover of that this summer. And so as part of that buy, we were able to partner with them to have a video produced, and it ran on monitors across the state, so trying to reach that New Mexico audience. And so with that, we were able to use some of the 30-second clips and 15-second clips from, that was the 1 minute, so that was all the footage for some of our advertising efforts over the summer. So I just wanted to highlight that focus of outdoor active, shopping in the Midtown area, and some of our restaurants in town. So that was a video that we had worked on towards the end of the summer. This is the transit, I don't know, they call it in Tucson, it's basically their light rail. And so I'll talk more about that in a second, but we're really proud of that. So looking at our overall strategy this year, obviously COVID has changed the way that people travel, but Ruidoso is actually positioned in a really good place where we have that room to roam, we have that natural resources, we have where people are looking to get out into nature, but then also we have a lot of short-term rentals, which they're also looking for. So we feel good about our position as we kind of come out of, I keep thinking we're coming out of the pandemic, but it definitely feels like people are traveling, and our lodger's tax numbers hitting record number the last 3 months, I think obviously show that. So our overall focus as we move into the fall and look towards the winter are really plan your visit. Whereas last year, it was a lot of Discover Ruidoso later, and then we moved into Discover Ruidoso safely. Now we're full steam ahead of plan your visit and we started that as soon as the last spring. We started it as we moved into the green and turquoise, and things opened up more and more. But really, once all the restrictions were lifted at the beginning of July, we really pushed that message of plan your visit. We continue to focus on Texas and New Mexico, and increasing in Arizona. I want to thank the council for approving the $100,000, it was a little over $100,000 match that we have with the New Mexico Tourism Department for advertising placements, and then also different marketing services. Here's the whole list of where we have placements currently. And so for the year, we have, most of the year is mapped out, but we do still have money in our budget for if there's different buys that we come across at different points in time. The ones that are in yellow are ones that we have purchased through the New Mexico co-op program. So for example, Texas Monthly is one that the village used to advertise in years past, but we haven't been able to because it's too cost prohibitive. But with those matching funds, we were able to get back in there.
So this is where we tagline with New Mexico True?
Yes, yep, and I'll show you some examples of those New Mexico True ads here in a second. Also focusing a lot on the Dallas market. We're in some out-of-home there, some connected TV. So connected TV meaning your digital set-top boxes. I know we've talked about those before. But this just kind of gives you an idea of, we're covering all our bases in terms of print and out-of-home and digital, TV, all across the board. So I'll go quickly through these next slides.
SEO?
So that's search engine optimization.
Okay.
So this is something that we had worked with an agency on pre-pandemic on, and then had cut out of the budget for the period of time for last year. And so we're able to partner with the state. In their company, they use the organization's called MBI. And so they'll go through and basically, I'll show you some examples of what we're working with MBI on that fall under that search engine.
Okay.
So here's some examples of the creative for our fall campaign. One of the things that we're doing and have been doing, but really making sure that we're carrying the same message and same imagery across all mediums, and then making sure we have it specific for the type of platform. So the one on the far right is Instagram stories or Facebook stories. So making sure we have graphics that are the same size as the actual medium that people are consuming it on. Our billboards that we currently have running in Phoenix and El Paso, they'll start up in San Antonio and Houston here this month. We have options where it has the temperature and then also not the temperature. So if you're in Phoenix and it's 75 here and 105 there, that's appealing. We also,
Does anybody recognize where that picture's at?
Ski Run
Road, is that where it is?
yeah, that's up at Ski
After
Run.
the lookout, or the,
Exactly.
yeah, Windy Point.
Yeah, that's a Mark Stanball photo. We appreciate him and all of the beautiful photography he takes
Oh
in
my
the
gosh.
area. We're lucky to have him as a partner. Also, email campaigns, updating the website to make sure it's matching that, and then in terms of content on the website, talking about fall and fall activities. One of our media buys right now that we have in place is a digital board in El Paso, and the way that we're utilizing it is to highlight different campaigns. So we focused on the Ruidoso adventure tours. So I've just shown 3 examples here, but we had one for each activity. And the other thing that we're doing is anytime we're running any out-of-home, we also have a digital component. So you'll see the billboard, but then you also get served the ad on Facebook and Instagram. And so here's some examples of the ads we were running for those tours during that time. Some of the events that have come for lodgers tax funding, we're also utilizing that board for them. So we had, some events happening this fall, and then the social media ads to match those. So a lot of what we had this summer was, the standard escape the heat, cool off. We advertised quite a bit for the Whibbit. The one on the far side is also an example of the video that I showed earlier, but it's in a different format. So it was playing on your Instagram stories.
When you say far side, are you saying right side?
I guess that's right for you, yeah.
Is it right for you when you're looking at?
It's right, yes. Why are you asking me these hard questions
I was
after
just
that?
wondering, you said far side and.
After the meeting we've had so far, but yes, so the far right side, the one that says Discover Ruidoso this summer,
Okay.
that's the mountain biker, that one is a screenshot of the video that was played.
Okay. Yes.
Kelly, can you talk a little bit about, when you post these on social media, I see, like I'm getting feedback, where do they usually hit? Because sometimes, we don't see a lot of these here, right?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about organic, basically what we're posting on our page in a second, but these are all very targeted. So the cool off with the Whibbit message, that could have been regional, eastern New Mexico, West Texas, El Paso. So for example, on the events, we would target people that are interested in motorcycle rallies and look at, across the state of New Mexico and West Texas. The same thing with the Cowboy Fest, because we had ads running in the Dallas area, we had digital running in the Dallas area. So it's really targeting demographic, interests, age. It really depends on the campaign, but depending on the activity and the creative, we're pretty targeted on what we focus on. But so a lot of these ads you won't see because we're not advertising necessarily here locally on a lot of these ads. In terms of outdoor recreation, I talked about that's another big focus that we have because we have the great trail system and the activities and focus that the Parks and Rec Department have done over the last few years. That's another area. So these are just some examples of that outdoor rec. So for the golfer, we would target golfers. The video I had mentioned before, and we've seen that, so I'll go to the next one. And unless you have any questions before I get more into the
Who shot the video? Was it someone local or?
No, it was, so part of that advertising buy that I said, it was a crew that came down from Santa Fe. So as part of that co-op, here's an example of which initiatives we have in market right now. So a lot of them are through kind of November timeframe, and then we have another block that will go in the spring. So a lot of this creative you'll see focuses a lot on the fall and fall activities and events. So I mentioned Connected TV in Dallas. So they would target people that fall in either specific age demographics that are interested in outdoor active and interested in
So now,
shopping.
the way that works, just so we're understanding, it's just like when you're looking at Google or whatever, or your Facebook, and these ads pop up. So Connected TV is a subscription that people have, and then they target ads towards those people from their habits, what they look at?
Right, but it's related to, like, if you watch Hulu or Roku, or, you know, you're not on the main cable
Right,
providers.
exactly.
But yes, yeah, they would serve it up. So these are two different ad groups, the millennials and then the Gen X are the ones that these ads were targeting, interested in outdoor rec, and I think boutique shopping was another one. But in terms of if you're looking on the web, on a website, here's an example of in Dallas and West Texas. So this is an example of Elle Magazine, their webpage. And so this Cowboy Fest ad would show up on the side. And then like the bike is another example of the creative that might show up. So managed search is the other part that you were asking about. So that's if you searched for, you know, hiking trails in New Mexico or family vacation in New Mexico. We provided a set of keywords to the agency, and so they went through and based off that would create these ads and would target people by what they were searching for. Just some more out of home. All of these ads, because they are part of the co-op, you notice that the creative's a little bit different, so they have the NM True on it, and they have very specific brand guidelines on, it's basically just headline, logo, and then URL. So some of our print, I know I showed earlier, was like for the fall, was very different than the style that they have. So here's an example of Texas Monthly. We had a Texas Monthly email that went out to their subscribers, and then we have an add-on that we're working on right now. They'll focus on the winter with Texas Monthly. So really trying to target those top household incomes in Houston, Dallas, Austin, so we're glad to be back into some of those markets with that. The same with Dallas Magazine, D Magazine. That's one that I believe the village had been in the past, but hasn't in the last few years. And then I know I mentioned that we were back that we were continuing to focus on Arizona and using the buses in Tucson for that. So here's an example of the creative. We'll flip that to winter. It actually should be in market right now. And then the digital that matches that. As part of the readiness recovery, so last fiscal, the tourism department didn't do the co-op program, but they did different readiness recovery programs, and as part of that was with the Google DMO. They also gave some social support to us. They came down and filmed some short little videos wearing masks, so we would have that creative to highlight, you know, the mask mandates that we had in the state. I convinced my family to be in one of them. They said they'll not do another one, so we're going to have to find a new family for the next video series. The other thing we're excited about as part of that, we have a Google virtual tour now it'll be on the website, and I can send you guys a link to that later, but it has just a little brief thing about Ruidoso, and then once you click into it, this is just a screenshot, so it's not interactive, but if you click on the little dots, this was obviously filmed when the Whibbit wasn't in, but you can click on the dots. It tells you about Grindstone Lake. There's one for Spinster, Fort Stanton, and Ruidoso Downs Racetrack. So it gives you kind of that 360 view of those different locations. The digital goals, these are some that were included in the comprehensive plan at the beginning of the year. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on those, but you have those in your packet to look at. And then, so to Tim's question talking about social, so these are stats related to our Discover Ruidoso Instagram, our Discover Ruidoso Twitter, and the Ruidoso New Mexico Facebook pages. So this does not include anything for the municipality. This is just tourism numbers. And so it shows that compared to Q4, we were down in terms of impressions, engagement, and then traffic to the website. Some of that is because in Q4, we really hit the pedal to the metal to not only spend some of our social spend for the year, but we were also kind of in that green to turquoise, opening up a little bit more. So we did a big push at the end of Q4. So that's part of the thing that's caused the decrease on those numbers. But overall, we were up 1.5 million impressions over July to September from the previous year. So that in terms of our social engagement and impressions, we've recovered from that COVID slump last year.
So question on the social overview, July through September.
Yes.
And on the bottom one, they're similar, but Twitter is, okay, when you say July through August and it's 0.5, 10 impressions, 10 impressions, is that what that is? Is 10, 20? Because the other one has K by it, like for thousands. So is that purely 5 impressions, 10 impressions? And so when we're looking at some of the peaks, if you follow them through, there's one in red that's 15, and then on top of it is Pinterest. Does that mean there's 15? I'm just trying to understand your graph.
Are you looking at this page?
Yeah, yes.
One and the one below.
Yep. See, go over to your,
So these are number of followers.
okay, 5, 10.
So that means that, maybe, yes, it was 1 or 2 for Twitter. Obviously, most of the growth happened on Instagram on that. So we have, as you can see kind of down below, the total audience gain during this time was a 0.4% increase. So we didn't lose them, but we didn't gain them. It was a pretty steady month in terms of overall followers. If you go to the next graph, the one on top in terms of impressions, that one's where you can see for, Facebook, we average above 40,000 impressions. So basically, anytime we have a post, and I'll just go to the next one to show you kind of the top performing posts. So for Q1, these were the top performing Facebook posts, and so they reached 85,000 people. It could have 100,000 impressions, where some people might have seen this more than one time. So those peaks and valleys from the impression slide on the one before, on this day where we had the drone video, it reached 85,000. This other one, it reached 60,000, 55,000. So these are ones that we're posting onto our actual page.
So who's taking the photographs? Are any of them generic or are they in-house?
It's a combination. So the first one was from Dawson Russell. He was a photographer that lived here in town, the drone video. The second one is from just our webcam, which you guys are going to be talking about, so I'm excited about the 4K video we're going to get from that. The third one, with the Sierra Blanca in the rain, that was a photographer that was in the area. And then the fall one was one I took at the river.
Okay.
So is impressions the same as engagement? Do you have to click on something or it just scrolls by the screen?
So impression is it just scrolls by the screen. Engagement is they comment, share, like, direct message.
So impressions is those Facebook.
The number of eyeballs.
Those Facebook posts that won't stay out of my feed.
Yes. And then Instagram, there are a lot of the similar top performing images. And then in terms of, the other thing that we've really focused on this last quarter are Instagram Reels and then TikTok. So Reels are short form video that are vertical, that really have helped our engagement and overall in our growth on Instagram in general. So whereas before, a lot of our focus was on more of that long form video content, long form meaning like 30 seconds or 60 seconds. A lot of these are anywhere from a few seconds to maybe 15 seconds.
I think Primera needs to do some TikTok videos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's right up my alley.
Do some of those dances.
we can get you to do the dances and answer questions. And then Twitter is our smallest platform out of all of them. And so the overall impressions are lower on that.
Where's the cost analysis on what we're spending and impressions? Do we have that information here?
It's not included in the packet, I can get it to you, but over our overall social budget for the entire fiscal year is a little over $70,000. So anywhere from $5,000 to $6,000 a month we're spending on Facebook and Instagram ads.
Okay, and then, it's not count production. That is count production. Of the Photographs, video, whatever.
No, so that's just, that's a separate budget.
Okay.
Any other questions before I move to just a quick website update?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So comparing Q1 of this year to Q2 of last year, we've had a pretty significant increase in traffic to the website, which is good to see across the board in terms of pages and users. Our bump in Texas traffic is about 22% year over year. Our New Mexico traffic has remained flat, and then Arizona traffic is up 184%. And then traffic from Arizona is up 20%. So those are our top 4 states, I guess you will, of traffic to the website. In terms of acquisition of where people are coming or how they're coming to the website, that has shifted a little bit over the past year, but you can see the breakdown there in terms of organic search, people meaning they just typed in Ruidoso and they got to our page. Direct, meaning they typed in discoverruidoso.com. The social channels, or then referral would be another website sending traffic to our site. And so for this last quarter, here are some of our top pages. The webcam is always the #1 visited page on the website, and so that's why we're glad we're making this investment into, or I hope that you will make the investment into approving the new webcams. My other plug for the webcam is that we can get media outlets to stream that for us, and so when they come on and do the news or talk about something that's happening in Ruidoso, we want them to have that 4K image. Calendar of events.
So what was number 2 again?
The #2 is just the homepage.
Okay.
Calendar of events, RV parks and campgrounds. The chamber would tell you the same thing, that we don't have enough RV parks and campgrounds.
Yeah.
So what is next? Well, let's pray for snow. So this is just some of our creative looking towards the winter. The 78209 magazine, that's in the Alamo Heights area of San Antonio. The other creative there is some that we're using on billboards and digital. And then, like I said, the updated buses should be in market. I just don't have the photos of those quite yet from Tucson. But I'll stand for any additional questions.
Well, I love the fact that under the website acquisition, that our organic search has increased pretty substantially, almost 10%, 9%. Because that indicates people know the word Ruidoso, and they're actually looking for it, and it's not coming through something else. So that is really great.
Yeah.
And
Great job, Kelly.
Thanks.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
is.
team effort.
I appreciate it. It was easy to understand.
Yeah.
I loved the elk on the side of the bus.
The photography is just amazing.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have such great local photographers.
And I watch the news every once in a while. I try to not to, but, and when they show our webcam, it's like, oh, yeah, okay, it's the same old webcam. But at least we're getting recognition.
Yes, we are.
And you're not the news, so that's good news too. So,
Yeah.
thank you. Is there anything else that you have? Mics are a little hot. We'll have to get
Mayor,
that too.
I wanted to bring that up because, we are, rethinking the tourism director job description and how it's going to fit in. So, I really want to get, a clear definition of the marketing efforts and the tourism efforts and where those lines are drawn. So I've been working with Kerry, Kelly, Rodney, Samantha to redraft that agreement. As you know, we have put out the convention center position, and we put that together with the radio station and the
Wingfield House.
Wingfield House. And, we'll be happy to announce it this month. We have in the pipeline that we're still working on. And, we have narrowed it down to one individual, and we can brief you once we finalize, our recommendation on that. So I wanted just to make sure that we had Team Tourism come up and kind of sum up the end of summer and the campaign of what we're currently doing. We need to start those conversations moving into the beginning of the year about strategic planning. A lot of the efforts that Team Tourism has implemented this year did go through that process as well, right?
Yeah.
We followed the plan, so we're gonna rehash that and get ready for next year.
Because it has been changing. I mean, some years back, we made a big change. Bless you. We made a big change because everything had changed. And before it was, billboard purchases, and we were trying to figure out what magazines we could afford to purchase ads in and things of that nature. And then it transpired into more digital and the different kinds of billboards that were instantaneous. And then we made a change, and then we went from that static portion to what we've been more dynamic with data collection and everything that Kelly's been involved in. And so now then, it's kind of another phase of that we're seeing that we can still do it and be the leader, because it's obvious after we go to the outdoor economic conferences, I hope you saw that, Stefan, that when you were, a couple years ago when I was in Silver City, they were talking about stuff we'd been doing for years. And they were asking us, and in fact, Team New Mexico True has spent a lot of time in your back pocket and here in town asking us how we're doing and what we're doing. So we're doing things right because we're being innovative and we're being responsive, and we listen a lot to our businesses and where we're going and moving. So I think you guys are doing a great job, and the data sometimes escapes me. I understands it, but you guys do a good job of that in relating the information to us. And I can tell you that we had several comments, more than several, from businesses in Midtown in the summer, like, whatever you're doing, stop it. And it was just, we were inundated. A lot of it was because of where we are and our natural assets that we have and the amenities of outdoor that we've developed and just the history. But we do need to keep filling that pipeline and keep doing what you're doing. And so we appreciate it. And the pictures are stunning. The videos are awesome. I love seeing the local people in there with their photos and the families and things like that. It makes it more, everybody was talking about organic until I found out none of it was organic.
Yeah,
So
we have another shoot scheduled for mid-December with the New Mexico True, the tourism department. They're coming down, and so we'll get similar types of video to that we'll be able to use across our social channels. So,
well, thank you.
yeah, thank you guys.
Mayor, one of the things that, when we look at this tourism director position, we need to make sure that we have a heavy presence in Santa Fe with the different departments, and we need to make sure that we're there knocking on the door and whatnot, and making sure that we're part of their funding cycles and whatnot.
Well, it is all politics, and that's one of the things that we've learned is that, we're not talking about just the big issues. It's getting in to find out what their goals are. Does it fit what we're doing? How do we dovetail with it and get in there and get it done? And we've done pretty well with that, and that's what we need to do now, because that's one of the things dealing with Lexi Navi and some of the others. They'll ask us all the questions, but we're not in their circle. And so we're having to work on getting, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
It's who you know, and part of it's building relationships regardless of the politics.
Absolutely, especially in spite of, you're right.
So if you want to focus on the politics, you're going to eliminate half your potential. But developing those relationships with people, and we've done a great job.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking about team tourism, and the one word that I've been using a lot to describe the last 18 months or so has been fluidity. From week to week, and actually for a while there it was hour to hour, we never knew what was happening. And I think team tourism has remained fluid and has been addressing things as they come up and able to shift a little bit to meet the demands. And that's part of it. And like you said, is because of their work and because of not where we are, but who we are, people just keep coming and coming and coming. It's like, stay away. But just send us a check and stay at home. But they want to come up here and relax and hang out.
Well, our investment in digital allowed that to happen, that we were able to be nimble and move on our feet. And it's been a very challenging time to be on social media for the last 18 months. And so let me know who I need to send my therapy bill to, but.
You notice how she did that? Her voice went up like 2 octaves when she said
Mayor,
that.
there was a director, or I don't know if it was a director or cabinet secretary or whatnot, that made a statement to Kelly about Rio Doso when we were up at the conference. You don't have to disclose which one, but what did they say?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't want to talk about it?
Oh, I don't exactly remember what they said.
Not you, the cabinet secretary, what did they say about Rio Doso?
Oh, they said, what are you guys doing down there? Your lodger's tax hasn't been impacted at all. So they're paying attention. And I said, well, we're fortunate that we have a lot of short-term rentals, which we do, so,
It's a blessing and a curse.
yeah.
So is she going to touch on our giveaway with the Ruidoso Adventures sweepstakes that we just went through? Is that?
No, I don't think she's gonna hit that. I'm just kidding.
I can talk about it, or we
I was
can-
just curious.
I
was just joking.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I mean, so for the upcoming lodger's tax meeting, we were gonna put together a full recap and presentation, and we can bring that back to you guys at the next council meeting that has all the data, because at this point, we haven't pulled all the analytics from it. Samantha and I are gonna meet here in the next week or two to talk more about the analytics software, because we wanna look at not only the weekends that we had, some of the Ruidoso Adventure Tour events, but then also just weekends in general. So what did Aspen Fest weekend look like this year compared to last year when we didn't have Aspen Fest, compared to the year before when it was just Aspen Fest and not Cowboy Fest? So I think that, the short answer on the Ruidoso Adventure Tours is we got really great feedback from locals and visitors alike, that they really liked it. They liked getting out and seeing new trails and, seeing the county. I think we probably all need to get together and digest how we want to make it better next year. But we haven't had a chance to look at the data, but
Okay,
we're happy to be a part of it.
Thank you. But we had over 859 entries that, completed the tours. There's more people, I think, that, were involved with it. But in addition to that, I think 3 of the grand prizes went to Lincoln County residents.
yeah.
Which was great to see as well.
But I was just looking at how many impressions that we had from our social media, digital, all of that. Because I would get phone calls from people that it popped up on their computer that I haven't seen in 25, 30 years, that were calling saying, are you still living there? What are y'all doing?
Yeah, so we did, so it's the same thing in terms of targeting. So if you're into 4x4 overlanding, jeeping, you probably got served up an ad. We hit it pretty heavy on the digital, based off the budget that we had. The same thing with motorcycle or horseback riding. So a lot of West Texas, El Paso, New Mexico, and into Arizona. Our circle of target area was larger when we started, so back in July and August. As we got closer to the end, that shrunk
Okay.
to more local and regional.
Okay.
Marion, we talked about the lodger's tax and the increases that we've seen, and it continues to do well. We also did a transition at the time. We went from host compliance to a new software company. I never remember the name.
I can't pronounce it, Minerva, whatever, or Minera.
But in addition to that, the implementation has occurred. And, right now, before the implementation of host compliance, we were right about, we had gotten close to 1,000, and then it dropped back down as a lot of homes were turning over and selling throughout the summer. We were suspect that a lot of those were transitioning to long-term rentals or people living in them permanently. This month, and you'll see it in the manager's report, we actually have 1,011 permitted properties. So that's a high. We've never seen that many compliant properties here in Rio Doso, so that's a record. So Samantha and your department, great job.
Yes.
On that. And that translates into, additional industry coming in, additional economics, but then it translates into less homes available as well.
Yep.
But on.
Go ahead, Coughlin, say it's a blessing. And
But Mayor, with that, Samantha and I have been in several different conversations, and as of yesterday, we had a very good conversation with a potential qualified grantee. I know that on the agenda today, we're awarding one qualified grantee as a result of the RFP, but we've engaged 2 other companies that are also interested in Rio Doso, and one of them is actually interested in one property and another one in a different property. So we probably, I think here pretty soon, we're going to have 3 different qualified grantees that are going to be interested in proposing on different types of projects. One may be focused on a mixed income with low to moderate numbers, similar to what Chelsea was proposing. And another one may be focused on presenting one that's closer to 60 to 140% LMI, which is a higher income level. So we're getting
That's what
some
we needed
traction.
right there.
We had a very good conversation with an individual that has some knowledge in working on these type of projects that I think will be an asset to us to work with moving forward. There's several projects that individual's working on up in Colorado, Santa Fe, Taos, Silver City, and other areas. So we're excited to have that conversation. It looks like we may get some traction on those.
Good.
I wanted to bring that up under the report. On the next report, Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and call up Samantha and Eric.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot, Kelly.
Great job, Kelly.
Thanks.
I hope Carrie is enjoying herself on vacation. She was on Zoom, Mayor, and I said, I think I'm going to have Ron block you from Zoom so that, Kelly can handle this. Mayor, on the next part, we're going to go ahead and talk about the update on the new magistrate court building. Samantha's going to cover some of the timelines just for historic knowledge, and then I'm going to have Eric talk about the drainage structures and what's being proposed right now, or what we've implemented or communicated to AOC, the Administrative Office of the Courts. I want to remind everybody that this AOC agreement is a joint project between the Village of Ruidoso and AOC. They are the project managers, and they are the designers and are constructing the building. So Samantha, you want to talk about where we've been, and Eric will talk about the drainage, and then I'll talk about where the project is going in the upcoming months.
Okay, so Mayor, council members, on August 13th, 2019, the governing body approved the site plan from AOC as presented, and comments were incorporated into the plan. As of recently, there were changes made to minimize the impact to residential properties across Reese Road. So we had a special meeting August 24th. And the two changes were to include moving the building itself 10 feet towards the primary structure of Horton Complex, and also only allowing ingress and egress to Service Road so that we wouldn't have that traffic on the other side. So with that, additional landscaping was also added to the site plan to try to minimize the view of the commercial building. And Eric can talk about the drainage.
So, Mayor Crawford, councilors, so for the drainage improvements on the site, what's been proposed to us so far is, first off, all of the existing culverts and bar ditches are going to be maintained as part of this project, and they'll be appropriately sized. So there'll be some culverts that are going to be changed out to a larger size to handle the flows along Service Road. Because of the site layout, though, what the stormwater management is going to do is basically they're proposing to pull water off of the upper portions of the watershed. So they're going to take water off of Reese and coming off of those commercial properties running down to Service Road. They're going to look at
Okay, so let's, just to be sure everybody understands, you're talking about upper watershed. You're talking about the parking lot, the surrounding area. The properties you're talking about there, the commercials, are back towards Suttereth.
Yes, sir.
That's the back of the gun shop, and there's a few of them. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that area is slightly higher in elevation than this property. So because of the way that the property slopes, we would need to infiltrate water right next to the foundation, which isn't a good practice for next to your multi-million-dollar building. So what they're doing is they're basically taking the flows off of this upper portion to detain it into areas and then offset what's coming off the property. So there's there's no net change. They're actually going to be, there's the opportunity for them to actually take more water into the detention areas than what is being brought off the property, but at least at a minimum, they'll be compensating for what's coming off the property.
Eric, excuse me just one second. When you say detention, are you talking about ponds?
No, that's a retention.
So yes, in a detention basin, it's going to be a storage area, but, think about the words retention and detention. So, I'm sure you were an awful student growing up in elementary school, so you probably spent a lot of time in detention. So you weren't there permanently, you just couldn't go home as early as you wanted to. So a detention basin is meant to hold water and slow it down so it stops that peak flow. So you got a big storm event, you have a high peak in flow, this is supposed to smooth it out so that it releases that water over time.
Are you going to see the detention basin?
So the one that they've proposed so far is going to be a grassed-in depression in that triangle area. It will still be grass, it's going to be appropriately sloped, so it's not going to be, unsafe for people to fall in, and it's not going to hold water. So it will slow down water, it will probably hold water in there for part of, a day, maybe several hours, and there will be some that soaks into the ground, but the soil, the native soils there are not really good to soak in water, but we'll get a little bit of that. We're mainly just storing it and then releasing it slowly.
So up at that triangle, it seems to me like most of the runoff is not at that triangle end. It's down closer to the shop building and then further down towards the district office. So if we're putting a detention pond by the triangle, are we really capturing the majority of the runoff, which is going to be down further on?
So what I was saying is that they're going to be capturing other properties' runoff into their basins to compensate for what's running off of the court building.
So are we changing the slope of the road, of Service Road?
No. So
I don't get how by capturing the runoff from other properties there, when it comes in and then runs down the road, if we're not changing the path or the diversion of that water, how is it going to get to there if we're not changing anything else around it?
So from what the civil engineer is saying is that they're looking at taking water off of Reese. So Reese actually has the DOT has planned in their highway drainage plan that in a high flow 100-year storm event, there'll be 48 CFS flowing off of the highway down on Reese, which is a huge amount of water.
And it gets a lot during a major event.
So what this would look at is capturing that water that's being diverted off of the highway to compensate for the flows off of the court building. So it would be an equivalent.
Okay. I personally don't get it, because down at that end, being there during some of these big events, the flow of water doesn't seem to be much up at that end of the property as it is once you get down closer to the shop building. Then it really gets flowing and across that parking lot, coming to make that turn onto, as Reese makes the turn there. I mean, it's undercut the pavement by those power poles many times there.
Mayor, Counselor, it sounds to me what you're talking about is an existing condition. On a development plan, they look at the existing conditions and they make sure that they're not adding additional impact. So if you feel that we need to take a look at the existing conditions and then reduce that, I think that's a different strategy. That's not part of this development plan.
And because we can speak to the fact that everything over there is existing. We haven't done one thing over there yet.
Right.
And so,
Other than not maintain the proper drainage that was on that property.
yeah, and we've had it, 3 years, 4 years? How long have we had it?
I would say probably closer to 6 or 7.
Has it? No,
I've been here 3.5 years now. And
I don't know. But anyway, so,
It's been 5,
Is it?
6 years or so, 7 years. Yeah, believe me, I know.
so it's, So everything's existing, so it sounds like we should be looking at how to reduce the existing also?
Mayor Crawford, with this project restoring the bar ditch and culverts on Service Road, that should prevent extra water from going onto Reese. And so that might be why you're seeing those high flows there, is that bar ditch is not working properly. And so this bar ditch will actually carry water all the way down past our parking lot onto, I can't remember the road, Horton Circle. And so from Horton Circle, it will tie into our new drainage project, where our new drainage project exits from.
Right, so you're talking the Reese, getting it over onto Service Road, down to Horton Circle.
Down to Walnut and then down to the.
What I'm saying is the slope of the land seems to be, I wish we had a map. So if this is the triangle, and this is Reese, and this is Service Road, the slope of the land seems to be, I mean, exaggerating, but it's like this, and everything on this side is just coming down here. It's not going across the property to get over to there. So unless we change that slope.
So the drainage off of the actual property that's being developed is gonna go towards Reese. What I'm saying is that by redeveloping and cleaning that bar ditch, we'll stop the additional drainage that is going across that open field, adding to the drainage off of the triangle area where the courts are going, and then onto Reese. So that's gonna help out carry water from those commercial properties along Service Road and get them towards Horton Circle. And then with the triangle area, that area is gonna be capturing water off of those commercial areas south of there, and then drainage on the south side of Reese. So it's not gonna pull water off of the north side of Reese across the road, but it'll capture that drainage.
Okay, I still don't see it being there. Is the water that's coming off of, Sutter doesn't seem to flow across that property. It flows down Service, and it's not until we get down to the parking lot there at the Horton Complex that it then runs towards the building, and then you've got a big sheet of water coming across.
That's what I thought. And then by the front door, I know that there were some events that the water got up to the.
Oh, yeah, you
front.
Always had problems at the administration office
Yep.
with flooding when not every time it rains, but those big type events.
And then he's proposed the, what do you call those?
So you guys have already awarded the contract to do detention basins along the front of Horton Complex, and then after this meeting, I'm going to the school board meeting to hopefully secure the easement.
Pending, and if not, then we'll go to Plan B.
So, what we're trying to do is to not add additional water into our system. The bar ditch is what's gonna carry the water along Service so that it goes to Horton Circle and doesn't overwhelm our parking lot basins.
And the same on Reese.
Correct.
The ditch.
Okay, so Reese, then it curves around, and then it goes down, and the football field, is the water just gonna continue down towards the river?
Yeah, so from Reese, it goes down to the river. There is a little bit that goes onto Walnut, and then there's a small dip in there that it runs across to the river again. But, whether off of Walnut through one of our right-of-ways or along the bar ditch along Reese, it gets to the river.
And that detention pond, or it's not really a pond, it's a depression, you're not gonna have to, we're not gonna have to have the big stakes like out on Meacham, because it's just a little depression so that water can be caught to go ahead and then go on down, right?
That's gonna be a question for Samantha. I think with the slopes, it doesn't need the fencing.
Right, and I haven't seen standpipes incorporated into the design.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Eric, for those that are present and those who may be listening, Could you define a little more clearly what the detention, for want of another word, area is? Is it near more wetland than it is an excavated pond, which is a whole different thing? It's deep, it has rocks, it has a fence.
Mayor, Council, I want to preference Eric's comments by the 100% plans are going to be presented to us on Friday is the delivery goal from AOC. So, before Eric makes that, I don't want, he's been going back and forth with a civil engineer over the last probably month and a half, Eric?
Yes.
Or since April. So, I just want to state that I don't think, the 100% plans after Eric's comments have been presented to us yet.
Well, I think what we can say is that we do not want one of those big fences like we have on Grindstone off of Suttereth. The big pond where it slopes off into it and there's a gap that, things can go into. The other one on Meacham that was previously referenced off of
There's a couple of them on Meacham that are.
Meacham. I think that's what we're definitely wanting to stay away from. And what you're talking about is a depression rather than a big hole that goes into drainage pipe. So we'll have the last word on that after the 100% design is presented. So really, we're just asking you to answer the unanswerable right now. But you know what we're talking about, we don't want.
I think what would help me is when you come up with that final plan, is to have, how they do, like on the news, you got the little arrows showing the direction of the wind? Have those little arrows showing the direction of the flow. Because I'm not getting what you're saying. And it may just be me not being able to understand it, but that would make it a little bit more visual and easier to understand.
And Councilor Coughlin, that's typically what's in the site plan reviews, is they're required to have a drainage flow pattern.
Oh,
So
okay,
that's
great.
something that the civil engineer will be able to provide.
Perfect.
I think the residents of Reese, that's one of the things that they're concerned about is looking outside their front porches and seeing unsightly fences and that kind of stuff. If it's a depression that can, that's grassy, that can catch, kind of like, and not as big as the fire station. That's pretty big, but it is a depression with grass that catches water and then releases into the earth, right?
Yeah, so it's up to the civil engineer to make sure that it meets all of our codes. And so that's the main thing, is we need to make sure that there's adequate size to capture the runoff requirements.
Okay.
Tip?
So Mayor, the AOC on the 15th will be delivering, the 100% plans. The project bid takes place November 15th. Our refinancing, again, on October 15th, this Friday, we'll have the refunding application ready to go to the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. We'll receive a copy of that. The current construction estimate that we are looking at is $6.51 million. So they're going to be looking at increasing our monthly payments once we get that refunding agreement. On the 15th, we'll be able to make a recommendation to council on lease agreements and restructuring of debt. And so we will be requesting either a special meeting or incorporating that into the November meeting.
Okay. All right, I appreciate you giving us this update because it has been stagnant for some time. Since they've changed engineers, they've changed project managers, they've changed all these different things that, we're still talking to them, but it has drug out significantly. So. Okay, thank you. Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Mayor, moving on, I'd like to call up Rodney, and I believe he was going to ask somebody to join him. And Rodney was going to talk a little bit about our progress that we've been making out at Eagle Creek Sports Complex.
Well, we did notice Cree Meadows trails moving right along.
Yeah. It's looking nice. I'll go ahead and defer to Zeke on the Eagle Creek paving project. He's been in contact with them more regularly than I have.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, councilors. Eagle Creek Paving Complex got started 3.5 weeks ago. They got mobilized, started on the grading work. They actually started paving yesterday, so had a good day of paving. Of course, they're not paving today because not very good conditions, but they anticipate if everything goes well in the next couple of days, hopefully by Friday, the project should be paved out. So it's moved along pretty good once we got started there. Once the paving is completed, we're going to meet with Mr. Dorgan and Rodney and the contractor, figure out a layout for the striping for the new parking lot and layout for the new bumper blocks that will be installed there at the ball fields and around the concessions area there for Mr. Dorgan, but Mr. Dorgan's concession area, I guess you call it.
And we're staying in close review with Mr. Dorgan and his team so that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He was involved from the time the contractor showed up to make sure everything works well for his operations as well as the village operations as well.
Yep.
He's pretty well on a daily basis, being in contact with us and the contractor as well.
Mayor and council, if you haven't been out there, I'd encourage you to stop by and visit, but it is pretty impressive, the amount of work that they completed in a short period of time.
Listen.
Well, that's good. I think it needs to, from some of the things I'm hearing about the ski area and their season passes prices, I think Mr. Dorgan will probably be pretty busy this winter.
And as Zeke mentioned, Mr. Dorgan is there every day. His staff has been tearing down the summer operations and preparing for the winter operations. So again, he's communicating with the contractor for staging of equipment and how they're working around there, and it's worked pretty well.
And I just want to make sure, I know we're trying to communicate, but that they know they're being communicated to. You know what I'm referencing this. Want to make sure that we're really working hard to keep that moving.
Rodney, one other part on that before we move on from Eagle Creek. Have they done some thinning out there? Can you talk a little bit about what they've done on the mitigation part?
I really can't speak to it other than what I've seen from the highway, and it's pretty substantial, the amount of clearing that they've done. They've, just from my observation from the highway, again, looks like they've cut a majority of it. They've hauled off the majority of it. There is looks like there's some downed logs that I'm sure they're going to salvage. It looks like a majority of the work has been completed, but other than that, I'm not.
Okay, maybe we'll get Dick here. Ron, if you call him over.
Dick is.
Yeah.
Good catch, Jody.
Dick.
Yeah, I'm here.
Dick, can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, that he's been working hard on that area, and Rodney actually summed it up pretty good. They've got all the standing trees, I think, cut that they're going to cut, and they're in the process of bringing them off of there and getting that cleaned up. And we actually coordinated with Tom Dorgan to make sure that we got out of his way so he could go ahead with his work on his roller coaster up there. And we've been meeting with Tom on a pretty regular basis to make sure that we get things done the way that they're supposed to be done.
Great. Dick, can you talk a little bit about our Meacham property since you're on?
Yeah, the Meacham property is 5.28 acres. We've actually let a contract for that. The contract will be starting to thin that property on Thursday morning. So it's in the process, and within the next 20, 30 days, it should be thinned to specifications.
And Mayor and Council, the property we're talking about is our new acquisition that has a house and 2 cabins. In addition to that, Ron, Samantha, and the building inspectors have been assessing those 2 buildings and coming up with a plan on what it would take to get those online for long-term rentals.
Beautiful.
Are those buildings vacant right now?
Yep.
Yes.
But they're not occupied at all? Okay.
I think there still might be a little bit of fresh junk in there if you want to come over and find some, look at some of it.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Samantha picked out a couple items that she said she liked for her office. But moving on, Mayor, next on the report is I'd like Rodney to move on to the White Mountain Master Plan.
So since you all were last updated by Will Moses from Groundwork Studios, we have held an additional master plan steering committee meeting. on October 4th. And prior to that, Groundwork Studios was also present at the soccer fields on September 25th in the morning and the afternoon to take comments from the public. On that public comment day, they had around 60 participants. Half of them on that day happened to be pickleball because they had a really big pickleball day on that Saturday, but the other half were soccer parents and flag football parents. Majority of the comments have all really been positive about the work that's been completed up to this point. You know, it's typical just small comments or minor comments of the amenities that they would like to have in each of the recommended facilities. So, I mean, if it's related to the dog park, they want to make sure they have water and shade. If it's related to people at the playground, you know, they want to make sure that that kids connection is replaced if it is with, you know, something comparable in size and that recognizes the initial installation, which happened to be on 9/11. Again, you know, pickleball, they had a lot of interest. They would like to see a certain number of courts. They've also expressed interest that they would like to see the money that they've contributed up to this point to be invested in those courts, and of course they would like it to see it prioritized in the development. Baseball and softball fields, we did also invite the youth baseball and adult softball to participate. You know, they have their request for fielding for fields as well. In the steering committee, we did hear from Billy Page, who's one of the tournament directors and local league coordinators. You know, they expressed interest for the large size fields to accommodate adult sports. I don't know in the end that that's going to be possible because the size of those fields will really cut into the green space needed to accommodate soccer and flag football and volleyball. And we currently have a 3-field complex for adult softball that does accommodate the existing leagues. So, I mean, that'll be an item that, you know, will be, I'm sure, presented to you all in the future about if that is actually going to fit into that. Again, and then as far as the community center portion, there's some comment, again, to have indoor pickleball space, community space for computer areas for kids, indoor walking space. Let's see, we are scheduling a Village of Ruidoso and a Ruidoso Schools Committee meeting, hopefully for this Friday. We're also going to, one of the agenda items will be to reevaluate the existing MOU in its relationship to that area and the White Mountain Master Plan. The next steering committee meeting has not been set up yet. It's been discussed that we will address that meeting via Zoom. All of the comments that were taken from the September 25th public outreach and the October 4th steering committee will be incorporated into the next version of the master plan map. We're also, once that map has been, or that latest version has been completed, we will be uploading it to the Village of Ruidoso website and soliciting public input in that manner as well as looking at another alternative to reach out to the public. That's the latest I have. They actually, on one of the versions, or two of the versions, they did lay out a community center on the 5 acres north of P&M, as well as an alternate location at the home, pretty roughly around the location of the home site on 421 Hull Road. And so once that's been completed, we can request that Groundwork Studios makes an additional recommendation or a presentation to the council with that map, as well as taking those comments from the public. I'll stand for any other questions if you all have any regarding the White Mountain Master Plan.
So you would have access off of Kansas City?
That's one of the, from the steering committee meeting that was held on, gosh, I don't believe it was on October 1st. It was prior to that. The schools had expressed some interest about having an additional egress into the area that would, in a way, kind of
Like, say that becoming a
alleviate the
traffic
traffic.
area because of the proposal on traffic for busing and everything?
Right. And I would also like to state that the participation from the school on the steering committee, they've been there at every steering committee. It's been Dr. Bickert and Mr. Beatty. And so, I mean, at least from that aspect, they have had representation at each one of the meetings. And I haven't had any concerns or red flags about any of the proposed items as of yet. But again, that will be on our quarterly MOU meeting with the schools in the near future as well.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, Rodney, and I know we talked about this, the Kids Connection. And, you know, the village did not pay for that. The businesses paid for that. And I know that it's 20 years old. But, boy, I hate to see that come down. I mean, we've got trees and all kinds of stuff right there that
Is that in number 6? Is that where that is?
two are right here.
I was just looking at the map, trying to figure out where.
Pretty much where that one soccer field.
So I understand your concerns. It's kind of right along the lines of the swimming pool. But what I will do, which will aid in not only answering your questions, but presenting that to the community, is I'm sure there's a lifespan for wooden playgrounds.
Sure.
I don't know the answer to that offhand, but I will research that. Our Parks Department does a pretty good job of auditing and repairing that that playground, as well as all the others in the village, on an annual basis. You know, there has been either it's settling of the foundation poles that were put in the ground, either that or it's rotting of them, because there are portions of it that are becoming uneven due to that settling or unrotting. It will need to be replaced. I do know it's very important to the families that installed that and paid for it, but I mean, it's going to have to be replaced one of these days, but I will gather that information.
I'd like to see, just usage, how many use that? Because I know we get people wanting more soccer fields, more green space, just to see what the overall use to the benefit of the community is.
Okay.
If we can figure out that kind of a.
I think we can do that. Similar to the way that we address traffic around Wingfield. I've seen an initial version of the master plan for the Wingfield Park area, and there was some interesting information on the traffic and the way they broke down the reports that they got from DOT, which will be presented to you in the near future. But I think that there's multiple ways that we can gather the same type of information. I have infrared counters that we use for trail traffic and vehicular traffic around Grindstone. I could relocate one of them and then have Groundwork Studios disseminate the information in a similar manner. Would be relatively simple. I think
But
that's a
that
great recommendation.
Doesn't necessarily address the usage of Kids Connection.
It can calculate numbers, it can calculate peak visitation times.
Are you talking like the traffic count where they lay the thing across the road?
So this one is a laser. I mean, so as they enter the playground, if they
Okay.
walk through the gate,
Okay.
it will count
So then
them.
it breaks the
Yes.
beam? Okay.
And like I said, it'll count your peak use hours, your peak use days of the week.
Don't set it too high because there's a bunch of little kids. And I will say that rather than replace Kids Connection, I think update would be a better word for it. Because I heard just recently, we had Parks and Rec crews out there tapping some of the nails back in, and somebody called the police because there was somebody walking around Kids Connection with a hammer, and a police officer came out. But, you know, it's maintenance, it's ongoing maintenance. And wood, we all know, just doesn't hold up very well.
And again, as I noted, it was some of the comments from the community that, you know, that they did want to preserve the original intent of the project. Again, it was a community build funded by the community, and it happened to be on a special day, and the community really valued that and wanted to preserve that in some fashion.
And I get that, but everything has its lifespan, and it's the same as a swimming pool. It was a great, great, great deal. We've used it to death, and, you know, we're having to look into the future, and so maybe some things have to be 2.0'd or changed or modified to somewhat, because the requests have changed. We've spent a bunch of money on surveys, public input, a bunch of time gathering all the data from the links to White Mountain to Wingfield, all this public input, comprehensive plan, and I think we need to use that information and just see it. I'm not saying that it will go away, but it may come back in some fashion.
I have an idea.
I don't doubt it.
So part of when they built the playground is they sold pickets, and now we can sell them back.
Sell pickets.
We can sell a piece of the wood back to them.
But I mean, we went out to businesses and over $40,000 at the businesses.
It was a big project.
Well,
It was close to about 80,000 collected from the community.
It would cost quite a bit more than that now, and a lot of communities are pushing more for all-inclusive activities in the playgrounds. I know Roswell's making a big push at a couple, they're building one.
So we're gonna put some senior
I'm sorry?
geriatric monkey bars?
All inclusive, and more people can use something than just children or just whatever.
Well, it's
Like the stuff we put out here.
kids that are wheelchair bound. They've got like a swing where they can push the wheelchair up in there. And those,
There's some really cool stuff out there right
a lot
now.
of sensory stuff for autistic kids and things like that.
we wouldn't go back to the businesses to purchase this stuff, would we?
No,
No, I don't think so.
no, times have changed on all of these things. I mean, it's like the original, I remember giving money for the Frisbee disc golf, the first one. They've moved that thing, I don't even know where it's at. You know, I bet it's moved on, grown on, and now we have how many courses? You know, and I think this is just part of that whole recreational complex area we're talking about, is what does the community want today and 20 years in the future?
And I understand that, Mayor. That was a very emotional time. We started the day of 9/11, and so that, you know, it just seemed like people really came together for that event. And I totally understand the plan and everything, but as a person that was very involved with that, I just had to put my 2 cents worth in.
And the same is going to be said for the Wingfield, Carson's Corner. The people that raised the money for that, you know, we're talking about moving it, reincarnating it, some for
The where?
Carson's Corner, Wingfield Park. The people that we all went together and raised money for that thing and did a presentation to raise money for from wealthy people and begged and pleaded. And then the people in that community, except for one person I know of, put money in and to raise the money for, it became Carson's Corner, named after Carson Stedheimer. And that's the same type of deal, just in a smaller scale. And we have that kind of stuff around town, but I think if you communicate with the public and you bring these things up, then we'll know more about it.
I think there'd be some great sponsorship opportunities, similar to they do with the sports stadiums, you know? You get your name on the facility for whatever it is, for X number of years, and,
Well, I hate to see something like that. I don't. like
From
that.
businesses, what's the
No,
difference?
well, to put somebody's name on something, I think that's for just a few years or whatever. I
We have
just,
benches all around this park
know we do.
that says it has a name on it,
We'll
but,
cancel her plaque for the Winfield
yeah.
House.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the
That's
brick.
not what I meant. I meant
know.
putting one specific name on something.
well, it doesn't have to be one specific name. You could have different levels of sponsorship.
Moving on, so do we own that property? I didn't realize we owned that property.
No, all of the area is a combined use of school property. And so, again, that is strictly school property. We really don't have an existing use of it, but the schools is aware that that was placed there, and there's something that they're willing to entertain.
To entertain, okay.
As long as we pay for it and maintain it.
Maintain it forever and a day.
Mayor, is there any, Counselor, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, well, I just wanted to say I was a secret shopper for them when they had their maps up, and they were very professional. Mr. Moses was there along with his helper. They had them on big demonstration boards where you could follow it easily. I said, when he got into the dog park, he kind of started racing through that. I said, we need to go through that a little more slowly. So I really understand. You mean right over there, don't you? But anyway, they were very good. Yes, there were a lot of pickleball advocates, devotees. They seemed to go on and on and on. And then, and that's okay. I mean, that's their bailiwick, and you're right, there was a tournament. But I was more impressed with the fact that the people that were there, other than that wanted to discuss the use of the fields and the sports for the kids, that was a big take-home for me. Because they just wanted to get a bigger idea about what we can do for kids. So, and again, with Kids Kingdom, I remember when that went in, I remember people that had sweat equity and that showed up with their hammers and saws of one variety or another. Maybe there is a way that and I understand how things decay over time. I had a grandson who played in there, but I'm thinking that there may be a way out. There may be something that would really advocate for those that are less fortunate, because that really isn't a wheelchair accessible area. And look at that as another very strong issue. This is in my heart for those who can appreciate it, and it's children, and it's dedicated to children, especially young children, because we don't have a lot of that over there that I can see. And once again, the elk and the deer and the horses are not obeying your signs, so you might as well give up on that. I see your mowers out there all the time, and I know it isn't about the grass, but that's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mayor,
Move on.
moving on, I'd like Rodney, just real quick, before you leave, Rodney, talk a little bit about Halloween, what you have coming up, and then your huge over-success that we're having this upcoming weekend. Sometimes things start off with a small plan and end up big, so Rodney?
I'll start with the week of Halloween. So we've partnered with the Ruidoso Midtown Association and the Chamber of Commerce to have the local Halloween event that the Midtown has typically hosted. We will be blocking off the road as we did 2 years ago. We'll be having the pumpkin roll again. The Main Street is Main Street.
An Eagle?
Yes, sir, down Eagle for the pumpkin roll. But the Main Street Committee is actually having coffin races. We're inviting community organizations and businesses to also have a trunk or treat in Midtown as well. We have communicated with all the businesses. We had feedback early on in the year that the date that was on the calendar, didn't really fit with their business model because they're always busy on Fridays,
Weekends.
Saturdays. So, we did have a meeting early on with the chamber. That was just miscommunication. It will continue to be on Wednesdays, not only this year, but into the future. And the other thing that relates to that is what we learned a few years back is that buses, that's the other important thing you have to consider when you try to block off traffic on a school night or school afternoon, is the buses. And the good thing about Wednesdays is they run early, and you don't have to alter their bus routes on that day if we stick with that date.
So that'll be the 27th, and, right, and that's what it's going to kick off, that's what I got.
Okay.
Wednesday, the 27th.
Yes, sir. And
So it'll kick off at what time, 3?
yes, sir. It'll run from 3 to 6.
Okay.
And then on that.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Does that also dovetail with Z-Trans? Because they have several stops along that route.
You know what? I'll investigate that because I cannot answer that question. We may have discussed it in the past, but I don't know that answer. And then on that weekend, on Friday and Saturday, we will be hosting an event in Wingfield Park, a haunted walkthrough. It'll be similar to the drive-through that we hosted here on Kansas City Drive, except we'll be setting it up along the path. People will be able to register and walk through in groups. And we'll also be hosting a movie on each night, Friday and Saturday night as well, in the park.
Okay, great. Great. In the park.
In the park, in Wingfield Park.
Okay, great. Okay.
And then this Saturday, we're having the first Indigenous Day celebration. We originally started talking, that we didn't have an event that celebrated the culture of the tribe. And so we initiated that and have had overwhelming response, not only locally, but from surrounding states. We have over 150 vendors that will be coming to Ruidoso with Indian jewelry, pottery.
And what date is this?
This Saturday. It's going to be
huge.
One of the largest events that I know of with as far as vendors, strictly vendors go. There'll be dancers, drummers, again, pottery, all Native American food.
When will this start?
It's going to start at 11 o'clock on Saturday. It'll end at 6, and it's just a one-day event.
Where is it, Ronnie?
It is in Wingfield Park, and we're really excited and a little nervous about it because it's going to be huge.
So I've heard about it, but I haven't heard about it.
Yeah,
like
me
you
too.
just said, so I think we need to get that word out.
Can you restate that for Councilor Salas, because I wanted him to hear it too?
And so some of the plans we have just to accommodate, not only on that day will we have that large Indigenous Day, but we're also going to have the 12 Hours in the Wild West mountain bike races also here. And so that starts at 8 a.m. in Grindstone. They have 3 different versions. They have a 12-hour race, a 40-mile race, and a kids race as well. But the 40-miler is going to start in Grindstone. It will head towards Midtown up Grindstone. It'll tie into Sutterth Drive onto Meacham. It'll turn into Cedar Creek, and then they'll loop through both sides of Cedar Creek, both on the east side and the west side. They'll head out towards Perk Canyon, come down Upper Canyon, and back into Grindstone.
Do you have plenty of volunteers for safety and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, sir. We have a combination of Parks and Recreation staff, eco-servants, the Bonito Volunteer Fire Department, EMS, police. There's a pretty substantial number
that's
of
awesome. Good plan.
volunteers and people working on the traffic control. They'll be staged on Main and E-Barb and several of those areas, as well as coming through on the first part through Resort Drive, Meacham, Sutterth.
Councilor, the part that we missed is for Indigenous People Day Saturday. There's 150 vendors.
Actually, I heard that.
Oh, I forgot we have that out
Monitor
there.
out there. And the TV out there. So
I forgot we have that one out there now.
that's great.
It almost sounds like a miniature version of Indian Market in Santa Fe.
No, it does.
Is there tickets to get in, or?
No, it's a free event.
Wow.
That's wonderful.
Pretty exciting.
Very much.
I will say, Rodney, when I first heard the Midtown Trick or Treat was going to be on Wednesday, I go, what a stupid day that is. But since that, I mean, it took me just about 2 minutes to realize it was very smart, actually, because what typically happens on those days is parents go take their kids out of school at noon to go home, get dressed up to go get some free candy, and the kids are missing some of their education. So this ties in, they're not going to miss any school time at all. They get out at 1 o'clock. They've got 2 hours to get decorated and get out there. So I think that's a really smart thing to move it to Wednesday.
You had some help, didn't you? Some of those Midtown businesses were pretty helpful. Thanks for listening.
It wasn't going to happen on a Friday or Saturday, but I mean, it could have been Thursday, but Wednesday makes so much more sense.
And we did have a meeting with New Mexico Main Street and the Midtown Association. From my perspective, that went very well, don't you think, Rodney?
Yes.
And we'll be coming up with a new plan and presenting it to the governing body soon. But the communication's been excellent with the Midtown Association. Kendra's doing a great job.
Good.
Okay.
Mayor, that concludes it for the Parks and Rec Department. Now I'd like to ask our project manager to come up and Karen Gutierrez and talk about the progress that we've made on the bridges.
You take that first.
No, I did that on purpose. Okay, Mayor, councilors, I apologize for getting that report to you all late. I didn't intend to have an actual printout for you all, but the more I started thinking about it, and I was talking to Zeke about presenting this to you all, we wanted to make sure that we gave you something that you can reference when we talk about the bridges and where their locations are at. Because bridges don't have an address per se. Most of them are referenced by coordinates. So we felt like if we put something together like this, at least we can reference, especially for those of you that haven't been able to get out there and actually see the sites. So we'll start off with the update and just tell you that we wanted to backtrack, and I think most of you already know that we've received the official executed SGAs and the amendments that were sent out back in June. We did receive those here.
Grant agreements.
Rod, he knows those acronyms get me every time.
Sorry about that, yeah, the sub-grant agreements. And I even write it out for you all, but I don't even follow that. So, yeah, it took a long time, and actually, to be quite honest, we never did really officially receive them from the Department of Homeland Security. We ended up having to reach out to Phoebe and have her forward them because we never really actually got them from Department of Homeland Security.
And what she means by that is they sent us an email and said, we sent them to you, we opened it up and they weren't there. So, but then there was a link down on bottom where there was a box that we had to go through, but Phoebe was the only one that had access to the box.
I have since then, I think we, between Judy and I think we have access now, but also let you know that the RFP did get submitted on October 1st for the bridges, the engineering services. So that went out October 1st. Those proposals are due November 2nd. We have been getting a lot of questions in reference to that. I won't be surprised if they don't ask for an extension on that. There's a lot that we're asking for, and that is basically we're giving the opportunity to either submit solely on 1 or 2 bridges or all 6. So back when we were talking about going out for the bridges, I think the manager had mentioned that maybe one of the options would be a design build option. Well, we found out that wasn't, procurement-wise, it wasn't something we could do through the procurement method. But in that, Zeke had reached out to several engineering and contractors, I guess, both, to see if we can get some interest. So that would be, that would kind of back up our proposal to the Department of Homeland Security or to FEMA.
Excuse me 1 second, Karen. Mayor, just for clarification, the sub-grant agreements, when you look at the details and the amendment, right now we're under contract to actually get those bridges designed. And then, before we actually award construction or bid out the project, which we need to have design complete by April 22nd, I believe.
30th, end of
April 30th. And so that's our deliverable now, is to get those 6 bridges designed between now and April 30th. And then FEMA will do a review. They want to ensure that the product that they have agreed to in the grant agreements is the product that we're proposing to build.
Right.
So that's kind of the reason that they put the grant agreements in the way that they put them. And then our extension of time is tied to that, so that they make sure that our current grant agreement is going to show significant progress between now and April 30th.
Right, that is correct. So anyway, that, one of the things I wanted to call out, because of the efforts that Zeke had in reaching out to these engineering firms and contractors, we had 3 of the engineering firms respond and actually attend our pre-proposal meeting, which was, I think it was that TY Land International, Horrocks Engineers, and then what was the last one? BHO, the Bohannon Houston. So we were able to engage those, and they actually all did come to the attend the pre-proposal meeting, because it was virtual. We've had several draw down from there, so we have a lot of interest in this, so we're excited about it. Some of the things that we're working on right now is gathering that environmental assessment information in hopes to get everything completed and ready to go when the design is actually completed. So one of the things we're going to be calling out with the engineer or engineers that we select is to work on identifying those areas of need environmentally to be called out, as well as the survey information to be needed, that we will need for obtaining easements as well.
And Mayor Karen, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by survey?
Okay, the survey that, what the engineer needs to do is identify the areas from the bridge standpoint. It's going to be from the abutments of the actual bridge and downwards of the stream, so that we can capture that area, so that we can make sure that when we go out to survey, the surveyor knows exactly what they need to capture. That's the surveyor that I'm referencing here. There's surveys that are referenced as Manager Dodge was referencing. I think you were referencing the survey that we called out on the type of EA work, right? Is that where you were getting at?
I just want to make sure that when you're explaining it, we understand, was it a meet and bound survey? Is it a topo? Is it environmental?
Okay.
Is it ecological, biological?
Yeah, there's so many here.
Yeah.
You're correct. So basically, that's what we're going to be doing in this area, as well as identifying the environmental survey information, which will be the, what am I trying to say here? The environmentally cleared area that FEMA has already called out as far as the high water mark, and what the, I guess the all the information, environmental information that's needed to go into it, and getting an EA for each of the bridges. And EA meaning environmental assessment. So Zeke had gone out and gotten some current photos of the bridge areas. We wanted to make sure that the pictures that we had taken back when we first talked about doing the bridges, of course, some of those areas have changed a little bit. So Zeke, if you want to go over those.
Yeah, so we also attached an overhead view, a Google Earth image, and kind of gives you an idea. Everybody's familiar with Ruidoso and these bridge locations, but that kind of gives you a view. And looking at the River Trail bridge, of course, there's not a bridge there, because that's one of the ones that got washed out and never did get replaced. Same thing with the North Loop bridge. There's 6 total that are in this RFP, of course, that we've got to rebuild with FEMA. Those 2 are the only ones that don't currently have a bridge there, because they were washed out originally, but those are current pictures of those. Moving on down to Main Road 2, the bridge crossing there. After the July flooding, there was definitely some impacts to that bridge, and Adams guys and utilities and streets jumped in there, and a big team effort to get that cleaned up. But that's what it looks like now there at the Main Road 2 bridge. Same thing with McDaniel. They pretty much rebuilt McDaniel what was it, 3 days?
Yep.
I think it was 3 days they rebuilt McDaniel and after the July 6th flood, and that's that's what it looks like right now. But it kind of gives you an overhead view of the area there in Upper Canyon, kind of how to get there. At least it gives you the coordinates and stuff. Like Karen was saying, there's not really an address for these, so you kind of have to know where you're headed if you want to get out and look at them and know where they're at. So moving on down to the Robin Road Bridge, they're near Two Rivers Park. It's actually held up pretty well for being so old, but it's definitely time to get that one replaced along with the other ones. And then the last one here in the attachment is the Sleepy Hollow Bridge. There on Sleepy Hollow, and it's box culverts currently, along with the other main road bridge and McDaniel. They're currently box culvert bridges, but those are the 6 bridges that are included in the FEMA worksheet, the FEMA disaster, I think VOR 1783, that this RFP for engineering is going to cover these 6 bridges to get replaced. So.
Thank you for the pictures, that helps a lot.
Yeah,
Are these
really good.
going to be the box culvert, or are we talking clear span, or we don't know?
So all 6 of them, I believe, are called out to be clear span bridges. 5 of them are the steel girder type bridge, and 1 of them is going to be the concrete, precast concrete span bridge.
Which is what we have at Close Road, Main Road 1, and Eagle. That'll be Main Road 2, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Main Road 2 will be the
called
other
out.
concrete bridge. The other 5 will be new steel girder bridge with concrete abutments and concrete footings and wing walls.
Okay.
And that was called out in the recent bridge type selection report that Karen worked with DOT and FEMA and DHSEM as well to get those approved scope of works to rebuild them. It's approved to get them rebuilt. So.
Okay.
Mayor, in some of this process, one of the things that we've been trying to do is identify, we got 2 other partners in this endeavor, and, one FEMA and the other Homeland Security. And, FEMA is the funder. Homeland Security is the state agency that is administering the grant agreement, and we're the sub-grant recipients. So Karen, talk a little bit about, what we've experienced and dealing with it, and where the bottlenecks happen, and how we're correcting those processes working with our partners.
Okay. Well, for many years, at least when I got here back in 2011, we were always under the impression that FEMA was the holdup. Well, since we've engaged in trying to get these bridges and getting grant agreements and getting scope of the work approved and such, we're finding out that really what's happening is we submit everything. The channel works the same way down as it does go up. FEMA issues all their distribution goes directly to the state, and the state gives it to us. Same concept when we go back. We have to go through the state and then back around, and then it gets forwarded up to FEMA. Well, what we've been finding is that a lot of the the submittals, a lot of the stuff that we're sending wasn't getting to FEMA in time. We would get it to the state in time. We've always met the state, the deadlines. We've always either gotten them done or submitted beforehand or the day of, but we've never been late on any of things. So what we're finding out is that it's getting from the Department of Homeland Security on to FEMA. So with that, the same concept when FEMA was on the line on our, we have this bi-weekly phone call, and one of the requests that we've made is to have the Department of Homeland Security engage with FEMA to make sure they're on these bi-weekly calls, because that is ultimately that is who we're reporting to, right? Well, that happened for 1 or 2 meetings, and we're back to them, sometimes attending, but not always. But I think that a lot of it's communication with Department of Homeland Security and FEMA. With that being said, one of the last phone calls we were on, FEMA was quick to say, we've approved those bridges. We've been asking you guys to go out and design them. Well, getting that funding paperwork, those executed sub-grant agreements and the amendments through the Department of Homeland Security and back to us has been a challenge. During the sub-grant agreement funneling of the paperwork, just reading through them, I found out that there wasn't the right procurement referenced. 44 CFR, it wasn't referenced in there correctly. So that's where those amendments came from. So that's why when Department of Homeland Security and the manager was putting pressure on them, they turned around and said, well, we'll get those amendments to you all at the same time we get you your sub-grant agreements executed. So that's been a challenge because even on the biweekly phone calls as of this last Thursday, it's just more of the same. I hate to reference it, but I don't have a better way to say, but Charlie Brown, that mwah, 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 is what we're hearing.
So Mayor, what we've actually had to do is understand what the processes are, and what's happening is they have these project managers, and before they can process a sub-grant agreement, they send it over to their procurement process. The procurement process sends it to legal. Through those internal bureaucratic processes, it could get hung up on somebody's desk for 2-3 weeks and whatnot, and they're not communicating. They have five project manager positions funded at Homeland Security, and they only got one filled. And so, when it gets down to the staff, we can understand the processes and the trouble that they're running into, but then their documents, there's no process that they have for a chain of custody on how they're improving it. And then their project managers were finding out, and I called them out on the phone. I had to intervene. I said, you're referencing the Federal Code of Regulations. That's what CFR was she talking about. And you haven't even read it. It clearly states that Homeland Security doesn't have a review process. They're trying to tell us, we want a review before you put it out to RFP. And I said, no, you don't. You've entered into agreement with us. There's terms and conditions of this agreement. You don't have a right to review. We're going to proceed to RFP. Now, if FEMA, when you look at the Federal Code of Regulations, if they enact a review, they have that right, but they didn't do so.
No.
So we're able to get it pushed forward.
When you say Homeland Security, you're saying the state?
Yes, state Homeland Security.
They're the grantee.
Yeah, so it's we have to be able to understand their processes better than what they do so that we can get this thing moving forward.
That is true. And then on top of that, the PA, I don't know if his title is called the PA, but the old Ashley Marsh was our contact.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's turned to Gregory Succo. He's the new what we call Ashley Marsh. Anyway, he just is barely getting a public assistant training. And he is in that position, but he's just barely getting that training. So he came from FEMA, but he knows the FEMA side, but not the state side. So that's where a lot of that miscommunication is happening as well. But all I know is that now that we're actually doing the actual getting to know exactly what they need to do, and like manager was saying, we have to know a bit more than they do in order to make things move. But thankfully with Zeke on board, he can handle all of the review as far as now what engineers are sending us. At least we have that kind of in-house capability to review and know what the engineer is giving us and whether or not it's feasible or right. And so I'm excited about that because I think it's going to start heading off a lot of issues that we have down the road when we get into construction.
So
excited about
And I think for whatever reason, previous administration at that level, I think our staff, Phoebe, had kind of, played with kid gloves on how they were communicating with them. But what we're finding out is that, we can't play like that because they're just telling us what they want us to hear.
Right.
And things aren't moving, so we need to know their processes and hold them accountable for what they're doing.
Well, when I first heard this, I was surprised. Are y'all? That it's the state? We've been hearing the state was holding money, but that's what our professional engineering services company were doing and should have been doing for a long time.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not pointing all the fingers over there because.
Yeah, and a lot of those people, they work at the lower levels, and, Ron and I have known the cabinet secretary, probably going back to 2002. So we're able to, contact the governor's office and contact.
Well, and we've been doing that. We've done that many, many times. We've gone there, we've get in the paper, you've been to Dallas, to FEMA, because we were always told it's FEMA.
Right.
And now then it's a functionary at the state level that is holding it up.
And also getting the word from Department of Homeland Security that we were risking funding. You know, you don't want to risk funding by doing anything out of order. In other words, do not do anything without a signed subcontract. Do not
I just wonder how these other small communities that don't have people, how do they ever get anything done from? Nothing.
Is there a continual turnover in personnel in NMDHS as well?
The whole state is experiencing a shortage in professionals at the state level, and then, you know, just the states, in my opinion, they're in trouble.
So they're gridlocked.
A lot of departments.
And it's not even professional. I mean, it's even lower levels within the state government. I mean, I deal with EC, DHD, whatever, they spin off of CYFD, and they can't even process stuff through, you know. Fortunately, we get paid fast enough, but just lower level people, they're having a hard time getting them, just like everywhere. So don't tell me it has to do with wages, because they pay pretty good, but I don't know, I don't get it.
Okay, let's move on.
Mayor and council, that pretty much concludes my report. You know, Karen has been getting a lot of the easements done, so, you know, a lot of that, you know, I'm getting writer's cramp signing easements, but.
Well, you need to get one of those bumper stickers that she was talking about, Zeke on board.
Yeah.
Or was that Geek on board? It's Zeke on board. Zeke on board. But once we got Zeke on board.
Project Management Office has been doing a great job, Mayor. I think we're back on track with all the RFPs and everything else that we've had moving, and she's gonna need some help reviewing RFPs, as many as we have out, so me and Ron are gonna be volunteering.
Good job, you guys. Thank y'all a lot. I know it's frustrating for you guys.
Mayor and council, you know, we are ready to, you know, start populating the newsletter that we send out monthly. You know, I think the manager's report is pretty comprehensive. If you have any questions, feel free to give me a call. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for the manager?
No, I do continue to get a lot of comments about that report, that newsletter we're sending out. That is a great thing. It gets, even me, I'm reading some of this stuff and going, oh, okay. But there's some great information that's coming out there, and it's all about transparency and getting it out to the public and let them know what's going on. And there's a lot of stuff going on. People have no clue what we've been working on. You know, we just get so focused on the work that we don't give the information or toot our own horns about what's being accomplished. So whoever's idea that was a great idea.
But just look at those windows. Those are brand new windows.
I think we just need to make the mayor's picture a bit larger.
Yeah.
Although that picture of you looks like a mugshot.
It does look like a mugshot. We've been working on it, but no matter how many photos I take, they all look crappy, so.
Shipman saw our group picture, and now after that, that's the result of my haircut.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go this portion, reports from municipal officials. So we'll start with Dr. Jackson. Would you like to?
Mr. Mayor, mine will be brief. I'm still overwhelmed by the amount of capital projects that are ongoing. We spoke to it a little earlier, but when you sit in on those meetings and you've got an interface with the contractors, administration, and the way you actually oversee them and hold their feet to the fire, I think if it weren't for that, as Manager Dodge does, as well as with Ron on the side, we wouldn't be where we are, and we're getting there. I like our new digs. I think this is great. I'm glad you guys aren't all hovered inside that lobby area. The AOC updates, I was involved with some of those, and I'd like to continue in that. I know it was a round robin for a while. It was like dialing for dollars, but at least it doesn't look like a fire station or an Allsup's. It does look like a courthouse. And I think we need to also emphasize that it isn't just a magistrate court, but a district court as well, because some people have lost sight of that. I got a drink coaster the other day that said, "Home of the free because of the brave," and I'll end on that.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Coughlin.
I'm surprised. You usually keep me for last.
Well, I've got, the first will be last today, so.
Okay. So I attended the Southern New Mexico Economic, whatever, the COG meeting the other day, and there was some really great information that came out of that. In Lincoln County, the gross receipts tax showed from quarter 3 to quarter 4, a 17% increase for Lincoln County in total. The one that really surprised me, though, was the educational services and information both showed a year-over-year loss, but the food services and accommodation showed the largest year-over-year increase, which was 72%. So the restaurants and lodging was amazing, and that ties in also to our lodger's tax.
Yep.
What did get me was they gave us an unemployment report. So pre-pandemic, January of 20, unemployment was at 4.8%. July of 20, it was up to 11%. Then in June of 21, we were at 7.6, and as of Friday, Lincoln County is at 5.6%. So that number just completely blows me away, considering that everybody is hiring and everybody has empty positions. So I wonder how they come up with that number. Is it how many people have actually exited the workforce and aren't even looking for work anymore? And you know, it's just crazy. Mayor, I listened to your Monday morning with the mayor show. Like I said, I was in the car, so I turned it on. I don't have a radio at work, but it was informative. The information that was coming across, and you know, every Monday you're doing that. How much time a week do you spend on the mayor duties?
Hours, a lot of time.
A lot
of time.
I mean, my goodness. I mean, it's almost, I don't know. I would guess.
It's like a full-time job nearly.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Not nearly, it is.
Well, and that's just keeping up with all the information with these guys so you know what's happening.
Well, you're constantly in meetings, or sometimes I'm on the phone with Tim and he's going, oh, I got to go, the mayor's calling me. So, you know, it's like, I guess you rank higher than I do.
Well, maybe. He usually calls me, you know, early in the morning, and we try to get our feet wet and where we're going, what we're doing that day, and in touch. And
Well, and that's great. There's that communication makes a huge difference. So I thank you for what you're doing. The other thing is we still haven't gotten into regular items yet, and it's 5:30. But we've got the resolution regarding the elections, and I'm just going to go out right now and say that I'm running for re-election in March. I feel that we still have stuff that needs to be completed, and so I've got one more term in me. So I'm going to run for one more term, and that's it.
good man. Continuity, that's what we need. Speaking of no continuity, Councilor Cornelius?
Yeah, that's me.
Just a little bit of guilt, not a lot.
Yeah, not a lot.
Even though your office doesn't have a radio, you can get it on the computer. I listen to it in my office.
Yeah.
The radio show's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I'll have to link that.
Yes.
KRUI Radio, 1490, and
1490, yeah.
just click on
It's
that.
on our website eventually. So, Councilor Jackson's right, there's a lot of projects going on, and I don't know how you guys get anything done with all your meetings keeping us informed, but it's nice to know what's going on through your utility committee and the capital projects. And Tim covered everything else. I'll just say it's, this building's looking great. It'll be nice to be here all the time.
Well, won't that be?
Yes.
And maybe someday Yvonne will give us all our mail.
Because we don't know where it's at right now. So.
Mayor Crawford, can I add something to Councilor Cornelius's report? I did send him a photo from Portland with Cornelius Street, and he was wondering why he had a street already named for him in Oregon and not here in Ruidoso.
That's Saribi?
Well, I want to thank y'all for the reports, Karen. Thank you for that update there. So I'm assuming that after you leave the village, you're going to apply for a job with Homeland Security. Learning all the ins and outs of it. But really, the village I'm along, this is a very nice update to this, or upgrade, remodel to the village. It looks very, very nice.
It does.
That monitor is great. It's the first time I've been in here since it got kicked out, when I kind of walked in and walked past the foreman. He didn't know who I was, so he kind of bawled me out. Chewed me out. was very nice. Well, I just mentioned that the Citizens Academy is going very well with the police department there. I learned a lot last Thursday about the dispatchers and the different roles that they have to play and really the amount of stress, I would say, golly, that they go through and everything that they do. It's not just answering calls and telling the police to go to this place or that place. But they do a lot. And the young lady who gave the presentation, I forgot her name, but she refers to them as the first responder. So they do actually respond first, and then the first responders get there and respond second. But that's very interesting. But you were asking about populating the newsletter. Might be able to, if you think about, maybe put some in there about the villages working towards affordable housing. I mean, there's just misinformation out there, and there's a bunch of chatter out there right now that the village is just interested in GRT and won't ever get away with they're just wanting to, let's just say, explode the short-term rental market and not going to do anything about it because they're interested in GRT only, they're not addressing affordable housing. So obviously these people aren't aware of what has been on the table, of course rejected by many within the community, but we're still working at it. It is obvious with what you all have been talking about is getting qualified grantees to look at these different properties. So maybe something of that nature in there.
Absolutely, we'll cover that.
Yes, because I remember on your one show with the morning with the mayor, you said we talk about affordable housing every week, workforce housing every week. And I guess there's still a lot within the community that don't know, don't realize it. But it's not that we want they're portraying the village as being greedy in a sense and not addressing workforce housing. But why not address workforce housing? Because then you have the people that can work in the businesses. The business can stay open. What does that generate? More GRT.
Well, I know, but it's people with a motive that's spreading disinformation.
But that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Letterman?
Ditto to everything that everybody said. I love our new council chambers. I can't wait for Village Hall to get totally open so that we can really look at it. But I want to remind everybody that on Sunday at noon at Wingfield Park, we're having our fall trash pickup. Hopefully it's not blustery like this. But, so that's about all I have.
ARB,
Yeah, keep it also beautiful.
at what time?
At noon.
All right, thank you. And the first was last, and he is always so
Well,
patient.
I appreciate that, and everything was covered, Mayor, and I'm getting hungry, so I
Okay.
might have to take a break here in a little bit.
All right, well, thank you. We will move on.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I say one thing in regards to workforce housing? I just want to, kind of say that I think, from my perspective, I see a lot moving right now with workforce housing, a lot of opportunities. But these projects, and I know that we've had to make some decisions, there's been decisions made, not moving on a couple of projects that Chelsea did propose. And there was some mistakes made as far as presentation and how it was sold to the community. But these projects take multiple years to get off the ground. So, we're working hard. We're going to cover that in the newsletter. But I think there's a lot of resources that we're getting ready to make a push on that right now. So in the upcoming months, I think you're going to see quite a bit of.
Well, and just things that's been worked on for a long time are now in a position to move, and I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope everybody take a deep seat and far away look. We're getting ready to roll through.
Yeah.
Regular item, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-48, municipal officer election.
Mayor, just before we go on to that, Eric did have to attend the school board meeting, so Karen will be carrying his items and I'll help out.
We'll talk about those when it's his turn. So go ahead, Ron.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, this is the resolution that begins this process of the March 1st, 2022 election. And this has one mayor for a 4-year term, 3 councilors for a 4-year term, and 1 municipal judge for a 2-year term. And that 2-year term will be just continuing and finishing the 2-year that was left on Judge Rankin's term. So, and we also have within the resolution the different dates, the polling places, the date that candidates declaring will take place on Tuesday, January 4th, 2022, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., and then will further provide proclamations from the Secretary of State's office. This resolution will be sent off to the Secretary of State's office to begin the cycle. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve adoption of resolution 2021-48 municipal officer election on March 1st, 2022.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Eby? Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Salas? Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Item number 2, discussion and possible action on Resolution 2021-49, a resolution temporarily reducing the fiscal year 2022 minimum monthly charge for wastewater service until the completion of a wastewater rate analysis and master plan. Judy Starkovich.
Yes, Mayor, councilors, in front of you is Resolution 2021-49. And as you know, the life of the wastewater treatment plant between 2004 and 2009, they had issued some loans from New Mexico Finance Authority and United States U.S. Department of Agriculture in the amount of $19.8 million. And at that time, based on that debt service level, they had set a minimum monthly rate for wastewater at $32.58 per meter per month. And as you know, each year the utility rates are adjusted by CPI. So from 2008 all the way to current, that rate has increased to $43.04 a month, which is about a 30% increase. However, the kicker was that in 2009, the village went back out for refunding of those debt service. Refinancing. And so the original 19.8 million was actually reduced down to like 13.5 million. However, at that time, the rate was never adjusted to reflect the reduced annual debt service requirement, which went down almost $1 million. So if you look at the history of the wastewater treatment plant from 2009 until current, you would see that it was averaging a net income of about $1 million, $900 to $1 million. So as you can see, if you look at the cash balance at the end of August, we've gone and grown the balance of cash to $12.4 million. So in that amount, 1.6 million is debt service requirement that can be used to pay off debt. The bonds are actually callable July 2023. So we are proposing that we reduce the rate down by $17 from 43.04 to 26.04, and that we're going to actually pay off the outstanding debt. And we're going to deposit money into an escrow account for that callable date of July 2023. And also, we're going to actually transfer a $2 million influx of cash from the general fund to the treatment plant in order to start an equipment replacement
Reserve for replacement. Reserve for
replacement, because as you know, the filters are not cheap.
Yep.
And if we ever need to equip those other 2 basins, we're going to need an influx of money.
We'll have the
So-
money.
So we are actually going to get rid of the debt from the treatment plant and actually just be dealing with paying back operations and growing the capital reserve fund. So at this point, if you have any other questions, I'll go ahead and take them.
It's a sweet tune you're singing there, girl.
So you're saying on July 1st of 2023, we'll pay off all the debt?
Yep.
Yes.
And at that point, there will be an additional reduction?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Because we are.
Because we're doing the
going
rate
down
study.
Rate analysis, so if you don't have debt on a plant, it's probably going to go down depending on what your capital outlay needs are on an annual basis. They'll figure that all into the rate. And as you know, as we hook up more users onto our system, that's going to actually disperse the cost and lower the rate even more, so.
So when can people start to see the rate go from 4304 to 2604?
So I have to check the cycle, but I don't think they'll see, not until the November bill for October consumption.
Okay, so.
next month.
So next month.
That's
Great.
wonderful.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yes, I
Judy?
love it.
Yes,
Aren't these 2 different things? We're reducing the wastewater fee
yes.
on these. The rate study is the actual rate, which doesn't have anything to do with,
No, and we're just temporarily reducing it until that study's done, because it might show that maybe the rate can go down to 18 or something. We're just giving some immediate relief because the cash balance has been growing consistently over each year, and as we pay off the debt, there would be no need to carry that amount of cash on the books, so you might as well give it back to your users.
Retire the debt and
Yeah.
lower the bills. That's,
it's nice to get it done.
you might get a Nobel, something charge, Peace Prize or, or they'll probably throw you in jail. That's not what we do around here.
Well, but like you alluded to earlier, this will offset the
gas?
the gas.
Yeah. So, no, I think it's a good deal. So can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2021-49, a resolution temporarily reducing the fiscal year 2022 minimum monthly charge for wastewater service until the completion of a wastewater rate analysis and master plan.
Second,
All right. Any further discussion?
this has been the best resolution to come to
a
us in a
while.
I
long
thought you were
time.
going to get my typos, because I found 2 of them.
I overread that one, A-N. I only used one of those.
He's getting tired, so.
I
Roll
found-
call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
On behalf of
Senor
the village,
Sanchez.
Doso, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank y'all. Item number 3, discussion and possible action on amendment number 1 to professional services agreement, RFP 2021-011P with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souder Miller and Associates, for additional professional engineering services on the Pine Cliff Subdivision Street Water and Sewer System Improvement Project in the amount of $32,012.84, including New Mexico GRT.
Mayor, Council, this is just an amendment, adding some professional services and adding some sewer into some of the roads in Pine Cliff.
Okay? Is everybody, pretty much cut and dry, we're just happy that we're over there. I know they will be too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
You need a motion?
Motion?
I move that we accept the amendment number 1 to professional services agreement RFP 2021-011P with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souder Miller and Associates for additional professional engineering services on the Pine Cliff Subdivision Street, Water and Sewer System Improvements Project in the amount of $32,012.84, including New Mexico GRT.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Roll call, Ron?
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank
All
you.
right, moving right along. We're going to need some shades here before long, but we don't have them in yet. And I hope everybody bought their sunglasses. Item number, what am I on, Four?
Four.
Four, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-45, a resolution allowing participation in local government transportation project fund program administered by the New Mexico Department of Transportation and for the approval of project number control number LP 20006 for Village of Ruidoso and County of Lincoln roadway improvements in the amount of $3,500,000. Samantha or Ron? Well, giddy up here. We don't want to be waiting.
It's going to let Samantha handle it.
And this is a joint venture, so, and we're the administrators thereof. So, does anybody have any questions of Samantha, or do you just want her to watch up here and smile?
That was worth a walk.
Okay, that was worth a lot.
I'll stay for the next
And
one.
so our village share is $100,000. Is that correct? Yes.
Out of a state share of $3,325,000.
Yeah, good job. I never thought you'd get this one together.
So very proud of you
Yeah,
for that.
very.
And our partners with the county will contribute $75,000.
Yes.
Okay, we need a motion then.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve adoption of Resolution 2021-45, a resolution allowing participation in local government transportation project fund program administered by New Mexico Department of Transportation and for approval of project number, control number LP 20006 for Village of Ruidoso and County of Lincoln roadway improvements in the amount of $3,500,000.
Second.
Okay,
Sorry, John.
no discussion. Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Awesome. Samantha stays right there. Item number 5. Discussion and possible action on approval of memorandum of agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and the County of Lincoln related to grant agreement project award control number LP 20014 for roadway improvement on Gavilan Canyon.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This MOU will state that the village will serve as the fiscal agent, so the county will give us their portion and we'll handle all of the finance and procurement of the project.
Okay. Motion?
I move that we accept the memorandum of agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and the County of Lincoln related to grant agreement project award control number LP 20014 for roadway improvement on Gavilan Canyon Road.
Second.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how fast this will get going?
Yep.
In the spring.
So this is
we're
next
gonna-
year? Okay.
Yeah, so it'll be too cold.
One lane at a time because of the type of system that we're using.
Yeah, I was just concerned with the weather, if we were going to try and rush it and get it done like.
Mayor Crawford, Counselor Coughlin, our goal is to have the contract with Cutler repaving on the November meeting, so we're working on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. We need, do we already have a vote on that?
No.
No.
Hey, roll call, Ron.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 6 is discussion and possible action on award of RFP number 2022-001P. Solicit offers for the purchase or to solicit applications from developers and qualified grantees for the purpose of selling or development of Village of Ruidoso-owned properties to benefit affordable housing program to Mesa Apartments LLC as a qualified grantee, and that's Samantha too.
Thank you. This organization, Mesa Apartments, met all of the criteria to be a qualified grantee. Their mission statement's in line with creating affordable housing and equity of homes, and also just the type of the work that they do. They met MFA's requirements of a qualified grantee and in line with our ordinance for housing. So this was just our process to try to get some movement on other properties or sell some properties that are not in use. but we didn't have anybody respond to that. We did send this out, we let the Board of Realtors know, just even some realtors I have constant communication with, some contractors, but we didn't have any bites on purchasing these smaller properties and, or even our large tract of land in Lincoln. So they were the only respondent, but they did meet the criteria. And I would like to seek awarding them as a qualified grantee.
Mayor, council,
Yes, sir.
I just want to state that, this solicitation had two parts, and just explain it a little bit differently. People could have applied to, purchase or develop the properties that were listed, or the second part was soliciting a qualified grantee. So at this point, all we're doing is recommending the certification of a qualified grantee to the person that responded. And this doesn't restrict them to proposing in the future on any properties owned by the village, or even if there's other private properties out there that somebody wants to approach this organization and say, hey, this may be a perfect project, property for a project. They can, entertain a project at a different site and approach the housing trust fund that we have set up for assistance. So this just sets this company and awards them as a qualified grantee, and it doesn't restrict us from entering into future agreements with other qualified grantees either.
Right. Excellent.
All
Okay,
right.
any other questions?
They don't have a project in mind right now.
There is a site that they're very interested in.
I think they're interested in two sites, right? Yeah, but one of them, they're going to be making a proposal to the housing board very shortly.
They prefer from the ground up and not a rehab project. And there's other
I don't blame them.
qualified grantees that are interested in rehab type projects. So it's nice that we have a good mix and interest here in the community from these large developers.
And another one that's interested in mixed use. And what I mean by mixed use, potentially commercial, live, work, and then additional housing. So there's actually several different discussions we have ongoing.
We need all of them.
And then some.
Awesome. Okay,
Mayor, I'll make a motion to award RFP 2022-001P, solicit offers for the purchase or to solicit applications from developers and/or qualified grantees for the purpose of selling or development of Village of Ruidoso-owned properties that benefit affordable housing programs to Mesa Apartments LLC as a qualified grantee.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and second. Ron, roll call.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item number 7, discussion and possible action on third renewal agreement with Mosen Corbin and Associates for professional engineering services for RFP number 2018-008P, General Obligation Bond Water Projects Phase 3 and Upper Canyon Surface Diversion Structure. Karen.
Yes, Mayor and councilors, this is just the third renewal for Mosen Corbin, as we would like to engage utilizing their services for the Paradise project that we have on the books. That will be their final project on this RFP that we'll need to complete.
Okay, is everybody,
Mayor, just for clarification, that's the water bond project Phase 3 is the Paradise project. And this also enters into an agreement to allow us to work on the upper diversion as well.
okay, that's the point I wanted you to make.
But that one is expiring, and so that's why Eric's including it in his other RFP, because we have gone past the 4 years. So the only project that we have on the books with this one that's going to be utilized with this RFP will be finishing out Paradise, and then we'll be incorporating the other projects or the other in the new RFPs that are going out.
Can you get this done before we pave it?
What, I think, Karen, that's what it says, and upper Canyon
Right,
surface
that was
diversion.
the title of the procurement, It was the Geo Bond projects, Phase 3, which was the Hemlock 2, gosh, I have to pull up those to see which ones they were. But we've completed all the Geo Bond projects. We were just now getting into this last one that we want to do.
But then we'll be able to do some work on, it says down here, Phase 3 and Upper Canyon surface is the recommendation. So that will be for that diversion for Upper Canyon to Grindstone? Is that what we're talking about?
In the first renewal agreement, it does mention both of those projects.
Right, it'll mention them all in all three because those are the projects identified.
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
So if we're renewing it one more time, could,
Yeah, the third and final renewal.
yeah.
Yeah, because they had called out for Pine Cliff waterline replacement, Paradise Canyon lateral replacement, Hemlock Circle Phase 2 waterline, the Upper Canyon diversion, and the Alto Reservoir improvements. So if I understood this correctly, this was just to finish out what projects we could within this 4-year term, which was be the final renewal.
We clear?
Recommendation for approval.
Yep.
Well, the recommendation says discussion, but
We can wordsmith that pretty quickly, I think.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'll move to approve the third renewal agreement with Molson Corbin and Associates for professional engineering services for RFP number 2018-008P, General Obligation Bond Water Projects Phase 3 and Upper Canyon Surface Diversion Structure.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, Ron?
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item number 8, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-46, a resolution authorizing and approving the submission of a completed grant loan application for financial assistance to the NMFA, New Mexico Finance Authority Water Trust Board for fiscal year 2022.
Yes, Mayor and Councilors, and this is an application to move on the well improvements for Alto 3, Pod, what they call Pod 5, and Alto 4, which he's calling Pod 6. The grant agreement, or the actual application breaks down into a potential grant of $593,460, a potential loan of $65,940. The match the village will have is $282,600 for a total project of $942,000.
If I remember right, Eric said we already have the match budgeted.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And this is the groan, you've renamed it the groan, the grant loan.
Right, the groan. And I believe the loan will get paid off
Immediately.
on the completion of the project, right?
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
I move that we accept Resolution 2021-46, a resolution authorizing and approving the submission of a completed grant loan application for financial assistance to the New Mexico Finance Authority Water Trust Board for fiscal year 2022.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Roll call, Ron?
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
I like these projects. We get work done for about a third the price.
Yeah.
Item number 9, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-47, a resolution authorizing and approving the submission of a completed grant application for financial assistance to the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation Water SMART, Water and Energy Efficiency Grants for fiscal year 2022. Yes, ma'am.
So this application is going to be for the possible Pine Cliff waterline replacement and the Paradise Canyon lateral replacement. This 50/50 cost share grant, we're looking for it to fund up to $500,000 of the $3.46 million that were needed to do these two projects. And I believe we're leveraging this with this as well.
Cocktail of funding. Is that another one, Tim?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're getting good. I move we accept Resolution 2021-47, a resolution authorizing and approving the submission of a completed grant application for financial assistance in the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, Water Smart, Water and Energy Efficiency Grants for fiscal year 2022.
Second.
Okay, no more discussion. Roll call, please. Ron?
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Now then, we'll go to item number 10, is discussion and possible action on award of RFP 2022-002P to Riverbend Engineering LLC for professional engineering for watershed projects. And I thought we were going to get to see Myrna, but now then, you're filling in for,
Yes,
Or
actually,
in there.
Eric had kind of taken over these three, since we're going to have all three of the award, the contract, and the task order. But this is the award of the RFP. We only had one submittal, one submission of proposal, and that was from Riverbed Engineering. It was very well put together, and he met all the requirements of the procurement. So we deemed it responsive, and we're asking to council to make the award to Riverbend for this RFP.
Mayor, I'll make a motion
you go.
to approve award of RFP 2022-002P to Riverbend Engineering LLC for professional engineering for watershed projects.
Second.
Roll call, Ron?
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sun's making me sneeze. Item number 11, discussion and possible action on contract for RFP number 2022-002P with Riverbend Engineering LLC for professional engineering watershed projects.
Make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve contract for RFP 2022-002P with Riverbend Engineering LLC for professional engineering for watershed projects.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please, sir.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 12, discussion and possible action on task order RFP number 2022-002P-01, Village Hall grading, drainage, and paving project with Riverbend Engineering LLC not to exceed $45,165.11, including New Mexico gross receipts tax. And go ahead, yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is the task order that will accompany that contract that you all just awarded. This will be for the Village Hall grading, the drainage, and paving project with Riverbend for Village Hall here.
Okay,
I move that we accept task order RFP number 2022-002P-01, Village Hall grading, drainage, and paving project with Riverbend Engineering LLC, not to exceed $45,165.11, including New Mexico gross receipts tax.
okay, thank you. Second, anybody?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please, Ron.
Hold on a minute.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. In here, it says there's 3 options for paying for this. Do we need to determine how we want to pay for it as part of the motion? Or do we leave, how are we going to do that? Either increase GRT revenue accounts under financial impact.
Yeah, the budget for it, yeah.
Jude, I thought you had cash balance in Village
I
Hall.
thought we were paying it out of cash balance.
Thought we,
Yeah, I think we discussed that at the workshop.
I think we did too.
Yeah, but we didn't take action then.
So we need, I need to amend my,
Yes.
To include cash balance?
yes.
Good catch.
To be paid from.
Can I just say amend with amendments for cash balance to pay?
Utilize cash balance.
To make a motion to finance it through cash balance,
Making a motion to finance it through cash balance.
an amendment. And you were the author of the motion, right?
Yes.
So you've added your own friendly amendment, so.
I'll second your friendly amendment
Thank you, John.
again.
Okay. Now we'll get a roll call. Good catch, Counselor Coughlin.
You're welcome.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby? Thank you.
All right. Item number 13, discussion and possible action on approval of funding in the amount of $24,005.47 plus gross receipts tax for the purchase of webcams for the promotion of tourism for Ruidoso. So Rodney.
Mayor, councilors, this proposal is for the upgrade of the Midtown webcam, plus the addition of a webcam at Grindstone Lake and the addition of a webcam at the convention center. How this started is we were looking into the addition of a webcam for Grindstone to add that. The company was running a promotion at the time, and they were going to give us, they would be giving us one free camera. So that we requested them to do a site assessment. They looked at 3 different areas. They looked at Midtown, Grindstone Lake, and the convention center. There were no issues with the installation in those areas other than some minor electrical upgrades. There's also a quote included in this to add an outlet and a Cat 6 cable to both the convention center and the dam at Grindstone Lake. The total for the project is $24,005.47 plus GRT, and it does include the streaming service for 1 year.
And this is a continuous camera, it's not the snapshots, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. It is a higher resolution camera than we currently have. It also allows the user to manipulate the camera a little bit to focus in on areas or zoom on certain areas.
So you can change the direction of
Yes.
if it's what it's actually capturing.
Mr. Mayor Rodney, where will that be situated, that webcam in Midtown?
In the current location where it currently sits. We evaluated sites throughout the area,
Right.
and that really is the best location. When you move it either further east or west on Sutter, then
You
you have
lose.
issues with the building and not having a good view of the mountain. And I
Rodney?
also did work, just FYI, I also did work with the property owner at the current location for authorization to use that existing site because it does host the internet in the building where the camera's located.
So is that written or is that a verbal?
It's a verbal at this time. I'm still working with them to get the written agreement.
And who is it?
Oh, gosh, I can't
The
remember.
guy that owns the building
Yes,
that
sir.
lives in... Okay, so we're getting 3 cameras, 2 paid for, 1 free, includes install.
It includes.
And then we're
the
having
install.
an additional $900 with LeMay Electric for electrical upgrade?
Yes, sir.
That's over and above the 24,000?
No, that's included in the
Included, I was just
24,000.
looking for that.
And the estimated timeframe to install the cameras, once they were presented with the purchase order, it would take them as little as 2 weeks to complete the install.
I was looking for a delivery time on this, I didn't see anything.
When we spoke with them, they presented to the Lodgers Tax Board. They didn't express any issues with delivery of the materials. They did express it was a relatively easy install and a quick turnaround. Again, they quoted for anywhere from 10 to 14 days for the completion of the project.
Rodney, I'm not seeing the math adding up. If you take the 18,993 and then the hosting service of 4,880, that's approximately the 23,872.67. It was, the individual items were rounded. But then if we add the 896 from LeMay, takes it to 24,769. And in here, it's asking for approval of funding in 24,005,
Plus gross.
plus gross receipts.
I may have did my math incorrectly.
So
It should be it does include the 3 quotes. The one for the free camera, which we have to pay for the install, and then the cost of the 2 additional cameras and the electric
Okay.
upgrades.
So how much is that then?
It's 18,993.
Well,
Plus-
here, wait, because those were rounded numbers.
Oh, they were rounded.
23,872.67 plus, how much did I say LeMay was?
Mayor, Council, I listened in to the presentation, and one of the things that I thought was pretty interesting is that they actually can provide you some analytical reports as well on viewers and whatnot, so.
So it comes out, the total is 24,768.67. 24,768.67. And then in the hosting fee of 4,880, is that for a year or?
Yes.
It is for a year.
So then next year, you're going to have to find the money?
Yes.
And all this was approved from lodger's tax.
It was presented to the lodger's tax and approved, and in the notes, it will be in the software maintenance line item out of lodger's tax for the hosting.
So
And it'll be an annual request.
So how much did lodger's tax approve then?
They approved the cost of the 3, and I believe it was as I presented, it was the 24
5-year
as it was
agreement.
presented to you.
For a 5-year agreement.
But no, but I mean, lodger's tax is approving the funding. Did they approve the $24,005.47 or did they?
Yes, sir.
So then there's a difference there in what the actual total comes out to by $763.
Because of LeMay Electric.
I don't, Mayor, Council, I don't think they stated a dollar amount.
Okay.
They approved the proposals and the 5-year agreement, maintenance agreement.
Okay. Oh, so that agreement's for 5 years?
Yes.
The
4480 or whatever it was.
4880. Okay. Okay.
And we did cover the Abatement Act with them and let them know that they did need to budget and set aside the funds to
Because they can't
satisfy
encumber
that 5 years.
the board's following. Okay, so we're good on that?
Okay.
Earthlink, Earthcam,
Okay, so Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion then.
Okay.
To approve funding in the amount of $24,000, my phone just shut off, $768.67 plus gross receipts tax for the purchase of webcams for promotion of tourism in Ruidoso.
Second.
roll call, Ron?
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius, Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes the open portion of the council meeting for today. So now then we will head into closed session. So I will need a motion from,
Mr. Mayor, move that we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters citing statute 1015-1H2 and MSA 1978. Also, discussion subject to attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened and/or pending litigation in which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a participant, citing 1015-1H7 and MSA 1978. And finally, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing statute 1015-1H8 and MSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session will be brought back into open session.
Second. Oh, sorry, give it to Rifle.
Boy, everybody was jumping on that.
Me too.
roll call.
Was that Counselor Salas with the second? Okay.
Thanks, Jim.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would recommend that we invite Chief Bedford, Cheryl, and Judy into executive session, and then Zach is supposed to be joining us by Zoom.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Bye, Sam, good job.
Adios.
Oh, it's just the.
Okay, so are you getting everybody off? You just cut Zach off? So he'll have to call in?
Zach, why don't you call my cell phone, Zach?
I think he's already gone. I think Ron cut him off already.
Cut him off?
Oh, shoot.
Oh.
That's all right, we'll have him call in. Well, that moved fairly quick. Yeah, once we got rolling. Well, we've got some cool stuff to talk about, so.